it on? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Okay. Could we please settle down? Settle down in our seats as we begin. And as is our tradition, here in Kenya, we are a praying nation. I'd like to ask us to rise as Miriam Mureithi would lead us in a word of prayer. Miriam, if you may just come to the podium. Thank you.
Good morning once again. Let's bow our heads and pray. Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus Christ, we come before you this morning with thanksgiving in our hearts, O God. Thank you for giving us an opportunity to gather as professionals in this conference. We invite you that you may lead in every activity, that you may give us strength to be able to concentrate, and even for every facilitator and every lead in this conference, we pray that you may give us wisdom and understanding. For every activity that is ahead of us, we pray that King of Glory, may you come through for each one of us. We pray for the leadership of the conference and the participants that, oh God, everyone shall experience good health during this time we are here, oh God. Be with us from the beginning to the end and remind us to give thanks at the end of it all. For it is in Jesus' name we pray and give thanks. Amen.
Thank you. Thank you very much. CEO, Kenya National Library Service, and our partners, guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning again. We'd like to begin, and because we are not too many, I'd like us to very quickly, each one of us, a microphone will go around, and you just introduce yourself, say your name, your institution, and what you're looking forward to in a couple of minutes, and then we'll begin. Could we have the mic going around? We could begin from there. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Lynette Wambo-Njogu. I'm from the Management University of Africa. We are based in Kisaju and our South Sea campus. As a librarian, I'm seeking to learn more and also network with my fellow professionals. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Laura Atieno from the Management University of Africa. I'm glad to be here today, and I look forward to connecting and networking. I really want to understand this AI thing, if it's going to replace me in my job or not. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Kibugi from the Technical University of Kenya. And for me, I would like to share experiences and also the theory and practice. How do we merge them so that we are not totally theoretical, practically, what is the effect and what is our role? Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Rispa Ndindamutia from Tangaza University. My interest today is about this thing we call HI, Artificial Intelligence and Digital Humanities. I want to see how do I connect the digital and the humanities in me. Thank you.
Good morning. Will AI replace us? And if it will not replace us, how can we manage it? We have to really manage the thing. My name is Vivian Nandoha. I work for the National Museums of Kenya, and I'm very interested in connecting codes in the right way. Thank you for this opportunity to attend this conference.
Good morning. Yes, my name is Joseph Menge, a printer by profession, and I'm finding interesting to be among the librarians. We are sister professions. So I'm here ready to learn and this AI thing, and also to interact and have a good time with colleagues in the other sister profession.
My name is Betty Kalugo. I work for Kenya National Library Service. I'm in charge of preservation, conservation, and publication. I am curious to know where we are headed in future. I do not want to find myself lost. When things are changing, I want to know, how do I position myself with this AI business? So I want to know how to position myself.
Good morning. My name is Milka Gekunju from University of Nairobi, and I'm glad to be here this morning, looking forward to engage with this diverse audience, just to learn how are we going to navigate in this era of AI. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Frederick Ndambuki. I work for Kenya National Library, and I'm looking forward to learning how AI can be integrated in library to offer services, efficiency, and the new trends in libraries. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning once again. For the visitors, welcome to Kenya. And for our colleagues, welcome to Kenya National Library Service. My name is Kaltuma Bonaya Sama. I work with the National Library as an assistant director in charge of acquisition and distribution. My expectation today is how to navigate digital space in the age of AI and ethically use AI to add value to my work. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Caroline Lenosingiran. I work with Kenya National Library Service in charge of our Buruburu facility. I am delighted to be here this morning, and I look forward to learn more and connect. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Consolata Ndunda from Kinyambu Library. My aim today, I'm looking forward to learn more about the AI and how I can become an AI librarian. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Raymond Chipkwany. I work with the Kenya National Library Services, in charge of virtual library. And I would also be interested in knowing more on how AI can be used in, especially, for example, reference services and other additional services provided in the library. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Frederick Adika from USIU Africa. I'm looking forward to learning and sharing experiences with the colleagues in this space. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Jane Caroline Nyarumbu Ndungu. I work in KNLS at the Buruburu facility. Welcome our visitors to Kenya and welcome you all. I'm looking forward to learning about AI and how it can be integrated in the library system.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kizito Muyonga. I work with the Judiciary of Kenya. I'm a librarian by profession, a student of knowledge management. KNLS is actually my mother. This is where I started before I joined the judiciary. So nimerudi nyumbani, for those who don't know. Yeah. Mimi nimeshika mouse kama ninafanya kazi. So for me, AI, digital humanities, hiyo ni vitu ambayo inanisumbua. So I'm looking forward to learn more and make new connections. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Noel Muyonga, a fifth-year medical student. My main agenda here today is support my dad here who's having a presentation later on today. But I'm also excited to see AI from a different lens other than what I'm used to in the medical field and learn more about how we can integrate it further in other areas. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome so much, our visitors from the US. Feel at home. This is Kenya. I am glad this morning to be here. My name is Emily Lugasi. I'm stationed at Kakamega Law Courts. I work with judiciary. I'm proud to be a librarian. I look forward to having a very rich engagement with such a diverse kind of membership in this conference. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Bathsheba Morai Sokaratemo. I'm a librarian here at KNLS. I head the Information Access Division. So today I'm very excited because we have a team from Kansas University. Welcome so much from Tuke University. My colleagues from Kenya National Libraries, librarians who have serviced the information industry for so many years, and I am ready to learn from all of us. I hope the sessions will be so interactive and feel at home and enjoy.
Good morning, everyone. My name I'm Dr. Asha Owano from the Technical University of Kenya. I'm a lecturer there and also a librarian. My background is in libraries. As educators, we are the forum for diffusion of AI. So while at the Technical University, we educate those who are going to spread the gospel of AI. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Millicent Hayanga. I'm a librarian at the Technical University of Kenya. I'm glad to be here and I'm looking forward to learn more about AI. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Yashina Jaruha, a student at Technical University of Kenya, taking information science. I'm here to learn more about AI and network.
Good morning. My name is Diana Catherine Gishuri from the Technical University of Kenya, pursuing information science, and I'm glad to be here, looking forward to learn more about AI. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Wycliffe Omanya is my name. I'm a student at Technical University of Kenya and just excited to learn. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Maureen Emisiko from Technical University of Kenya as a student, and also I work with the Cooperative University of Kenya. I'm delighted to be here to learn how technology will help empower communities. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Felista Wanjohi, a sign language interpreter from Technical University of Kenya. And I'm excited to be here to learn how we will integrate AI in interpretation and to assist the deaf to maneuver to be able to interact with the other hearing people using AI. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Olo Anyanga, a student at Technical University and also an administrator. And I'm here to learn how we integrate AI into finance and administration. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Sheila Kombai from the Kitengela International Schools. I am a librarian and also an academic brand ambassador. I am curious to learn about AI, how we can keep our information, and also I'm also most curious about how I'm going to teach my students how they can be able to apply critical thinking, especially now with AI and how every platform is flooded with information. They can be able to intake critical thinking and also learn information literacy so that they can be able to judge between what is right and what is wrong, especially now that the information is really crowded and it's a lot. Thank you so much, and I look forward to having a good time with all of you. Welcome to Kenya.
Okay, good morning. Back in primary school, my teacher taught me it is in order you respond. You are I'm seated that looks like us. My name is Mary Mwendwa. I work for the Kenya Revenue Authority. I'm a librarian for the longest period in my career. I've never interacted with any other apart from people and information and books. And when I got invited to connecting codes, it sounded interesting. And then I saw AI. I say we are in the period of AI. I saw digital humanities. And in that digital humanities, I said it may involve many things, but the human aspect is me. So at what point do this robot and me converge? How do we strike a balance? And therefore it got interesting that I come to this session, I attend, listen, and learn first what I may think I know, then learn and relearn and learn more and take home something, because it is you never lose in a training session. You must take home something. And therefore I'm looking on how to relate the human aspect in me and the AI. How do we strike a balance to ensure that we work together? I'm not looking into being replaced. I know a robot will not work without me feeding that data which they need. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Michael Pieper. I'm from the University of Kansas in the United States. At this conference, I'm really looking forward to listening to and learning from people from another country. As a librarian from the United States, I want to learn from librarians and people in the sister professions from Kenya. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Amalia Monroe-Gulick. I'm a librarian from the University of Kansas. Thank you for having us. And I'm looking forward to meeting new colleagues and sharing our knowledge and experiences with AI.
Good morning. I'm Amanda Schlumperger. I'm with the University of Kansas. Thank you all for the warm welcome and hospitality we've had the last few days. I am most looking forward to, much like Amalia, connecting with people and learning and sharing all of these diverse experiences and practices that we all bring to the table. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Barmosho. I am a student at Technical University of Kenya. I also work at State House, Kenya. I'm here to learn a lot more on AI and to also know if I know anything on AI, because I'm kind of confused if I really know or I don't know. So thank you very much. I also take this opportunity to welcome our visitors. Welcome, feel at home. Karibu sana.
Good morning. My name is Jepkorir Nerissa Kamar. I work at Information Africa Organization as a project coordinator, and I'm also the Vice Chair IFLA Sub-Saharan Africa Division. I'm here to learn and to network. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello and good morning, everybody. My name is Phil Cunningham. I come from the University of Kansas Libraries, where I oversee the Kansas Collection, which is the regional history division of the libraries that collects for the state of Kansas and the region, which is in the middle of the United States. As somebody who comes from a background of community archives, works with both physical collections and digital collections, I'm excited to be here to meet and connect with colleagues here, learn about what's being done here in Kenya at our peer institutions, and also to echo what many other people have said, to see how AI and digital humanities can be incorporated and not replace myself, to better promote public history and artifact storytelling. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Glenn Adams. I am a professor in the Department of Psychology at the University of Kansas, and I'm also the director of the Kansas African Studies Center. And I want to take a little bit of time, 15 seconds, to mention that we're very interested to have partnerships with institutions, but also individual researchers and scholars. And we have several programs of exchange, most of them virtual. If you're interested in that, we'll be sharing information about that. We teach Kiswahili at the University of Kansas. So I'm very happy to be here. Asante sana.
Good morning. I'm Mike Broadwell. I'm with the University of Kansas Libraries, where I'm the Executive Director of Administrative Services. Like all of you, I'm here to learn. I think we're realizing the pace of AI, how it's hitting us. The learning will not stop. In fact, they're using adjectives like rapid learning is where we're headed. And I'm looking forward to connecting with any of you who are doing any kind of AI fluency in the workplace for our employees.
Bonjour. I think I have two particularities here. I'm Augustin John. I'm coming from Senegal, Cheikh Anta Diop University. So I'm a linguist first, and second, I'm maybe the only one coming from a French-speaking country. So I'm a linguist, and I'm here to share what we are doing in Dakar, the Center of Applied Linguistics, on Senegalese languages, and also on working on AI and trying to provide our languages with tools of AI and trying to sauveguard our languages. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Good morning. My name is Jafeth Rono from Eldama Ravine Library, Baringo County. I'm happy to be here. I am eager to learn on how artificial intelligence will affect the future of information management in libraries. That's information dissemination, access, and retrieval. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Grace Logeria from Eldamarabin Library, Baringo County. I'm so humbled today to meet my colleagues, librarians. So I'm so happy to connect with these librarians. I think library is a place to be. Is it okay? Karibuni. So for visitors, Karibuni Baringo through KNLS. They are our mothers. So Karibuni Baringo County. Asante sana.
Good morning. My name is Courtney Fote, and I also come from the University of Kansas Libraries, where I work in strategic planning and culture building and organizational change. Thank you so much for the warm welcome. I am most excited to uncover some unexpected commonalities and connections that we may not anticipate finding during the conference, and as we grapple with what AI may bring to all of these facets of the profession to feel more empowered in our own humanity and creativity alongside it.
Good morning. My name is Kujo Atisu. I'm from the University of Kansas. My role is I'm the librarian for African and Global and International Studies at the University of Kansas. Of course, I'm looking forward to meeting a lot of you and developing relationships. Then I need to say something. This is the third time we were having this conference. You're going to learn about this soon, and all of them in Ghana. And there's one thing that we did. You know, all the Ghanaian. So, bottom line, we need to mix up. After the year, you see a Kenyan, a US guy. That's how you develop relationships. So, I believe that after this session, we are going to mix up and so that we can learn more from each other. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mother Wanjikudu. I work at Muranga University. I'm also a student here, a PhD student at TUK. So I'm excited to be here. I'm expecting to learn more about AI and how can we use it positively in research. And also when it comes to libraries, how can we integrate AI tools to improve our services? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Alice Isoka. I work for USIU Africa as a librarian, research librarian. I'm looking forward to connecting more, learning more, and actually being able to get to learn how to integrate AI with research without actually with the rest of the things remaining status quo, but at least being able to integrate AI with research.
Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, my name is Azana Thateka. I work at the United States International University, Africa, with Alice and Fred. And I'm looking forward to everything, really. The paper presentations, the discussions, the interactions, really just to learning and maybe unlearning. Thank you and welcome, everybody.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Emma Nyaola. I work for Calro, in charge of packaging and disseminating information. I'm also a student at TUK, and I'm glad to be here to learn more about AI because we can't run away from it. We just need to know how to ethically and integrically use it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Colleagues, you can see that we have a wide variety of our colleagues with very diverse experiences, and we're looking forward to interactions that would enable us to, maximize what comes with emerging technologies and also maximizing, our networks. The bigger the networks, the higher the impact, and we're looking forward to that. This is not the official opening of the conference, which will be done tomorrow, but allow me to invite the CEO, Kenya National Library Service, Dr. Charles Nzivo, to be able to welcome us, at least for today. And again, don't get tired of him. Tomorrow he'll welcome us again. But in Africa, we welcome all the time. And once he has done that, we'll have a couple of minutes for our guests also to say a little more. And then we'll officially begin the program for today. Otherwise, thank you very much. Can we appreciate the CEO as he comes? Otherwise, we'll not have tea.
So, our visitors, professional visitors from Kansas, Prof. and team from TUK, staff from the KNLS, librarians, good morning. I'm very much delighted to have you around to be part of this conference. Tomorrow I'll be giving my opening remarks, but today mine is to request you to release yourselves so that you can be able to learn a lot about this AI. Most of you seem to be scared that you may lose your jobs. You will not lose your jobs. One of the speakers has said, you cannot replace a human. You have to feed the device so that it can be able to work. Otherwise, welcome to KNLS. We shall meet again tomorrow during the official opening, when I'll give my opening remarks. Karibuni sana KNLS.
Thank you. I'd then like to bring Brian to make a few comments, and then we can have Carol, and then Brian will make a presentation thereafter.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm also University of Kansas, Brian Rosenblum. I am the director of our newly formed Institute for Globally Engaged Librarianship. I'll be saying more about that in just a couple minutes. Right now, I'll just say I'm looking forward to meeting everyone, getting to know you, and starting conversations that I hope will continue long after the conference. So, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Carol Smith. I am the Dean of Libraries at the University of Kansas. First, I would like to thank all of you for hosting us. We are so glad to be here with all of you. I'm going to keep my remarks brief because I also will be giving opening remarks tomorrow. But I would like to say that I also, like one of you in the back of the room, I am a proud librarian. And everyone in this room should feel proud to be a librarian. And I also hear some of the anxiety, and I think that is something that we can connect with and talk about over the course of the next few days. None of us are experts when it comes to AI. All of us are learners. None of us have the answers. But the one thing I do know is that the work of librarians is more important now than ever, and is going to be valued for what it brings to the human side of knowledge and learning. That is more important than ever. And so I'm not worried at all. And my goal is to meet as many of you and go home with as many new friends and colleagues and relationships that I can deepen over time. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll have the first presentation if you look at your program, the first formal presentation this morning. And we'll have Brian making a presentation on global collaboration, digital scholarship, and the work of libraries. I'm already looking forward. Are you? Are you looking forward? Thank you very much. Let's show it in our faces as he presents. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. This is not so much a formal presentation. I'm going to echo a lot of the same remarks that we've just heard and tell you a little bit about our work at Kansas. So, as I mentioned before, my name is Brian Rosenblum. I'm the director of the Institute for Globally Engaged Librarianship at the University of Kansas. And I also just want to start by thanking our co-organizers, especially Purity Kavuri here at the National Library Service and Tom Kwanya at the Technical University of Kenya, along with their teams, for all the extraordinary work that they've done in planning and preparing this conference. Thank you to everyone at KNLS who've made this lovely space available and who've been such great hosts over the last couple of days and made our whole team feel so welcome here in Kenya. Organizing any conference is a major undertaking, and doing so as a three-way international collaboration adds another layer entirely. And over the past 9 months, we've all worked very closely to imagine, plan, and implement this event. And so we're so glad it's finally arrived. I also want to thank my colleagues at the University of Kansas, our team here, and also in particular Kojo Atiso, whose vision and persistence kind of helped bring this conference from idea to reality, and Professor James Yeku, who's not here today, but he leads our African Digital Humanities program at the University of Kansas and has built a very strong foundation of programming in African digital humanities over recent years. I also want to thank the Kansas African Studies Center and the Institute for Digital Research in the Humanities, both at KU, and both of which have provided financial support that's made it possible to offer this conference without registration fees. Glenn Adams, who you met just a moment ago, the director of the Kansas African Studies Center, is here, and he'll share a few more words about the center tomorrow. But thank you, Glenn, also for your support. For KU, as Kojo hinted at, this is part of a larger trajectory of engagement with African digital humanities. This is the 6th conference that we've helped organize, focused on digital humanities from an African perspective. 3 online during the COVID years, then last 2 in 2024 and 25 at the University of Ghana, and now here in East Africa, and we're really pleased to be expanding the conversations in this direction as well. And finally, thanks to all of you for being here. Conferences are nothing without people, and it's all about what becomes possible when ideas and people come together. And so I heard a lot of people from same institutions sitting together, and I encourage over the next couple of days for people to sit with folks they don't know, for our Kansas team to mingle with everyone, and please come say hi to us. We'll be happy to meet everybody and learn more about your work. So the theme of the conference, Connecting Codes, invites us to think about AI, digital humanities, and the future of information. And the title speaks to multiple kinds of codes: technical systems, like software and AI, cultural and linguistic systems of knowledge, and the institutional and ethical frameworks that shape how this information is created, shared, and preserved. And over the next 3 days, we're going to explore these questions through more than 50 presentations, workshops, and discussions. And our KU team is leading several workshops, and we're really thrilled to be sharing our perspectives and experiences with you, but I want to emphasize that we're also here just as much to listen and to learn. So I look forward to all the conversations. I will just say a few words about another aspect of the conference, and that is its international and collaborative character, and why international or global collaboration is important for libraries, for digital scholarship, and as the conference title says, the future of information. And then I'll share a little bit about how one institution, ours, the University of Kansas, is trying to advance this effort. And a lot of what I say will be through the lens of digital scholarship and digital humanities, because that is my background, but I imagine this can apply to any aspect of librarianship or information work. So, why does global collaboration matter? So let's start with the fact that libraries are not just service points or support units. They're also shapers of information, creators of knowledge, conveners of communities. in digital scholarship or in digital humanities, whether we are building a digital collection, an interactive map, a digital edition of a text, creating a corpus of literature, building a community archive, or countless other new digital genres of knowledge production, it's always very tempting to talk primarily about tools and platforms. But those might be the least important parts, in fact. Digital scholarship is also infrastructure, social and technical infrastructure, staffing, languages, funding, institutional priorities, metadata, server administration, software licenses, and communities whose knowledge is being collected or represented, or in many cases omitted. It's also trust and sustainability, and all of these factors shape what a digital project looks like, what it can do, and who it serves. And this infrastructure, of course, is never context neutral. For example, AI models are trained on particular data in particular languages by particular institutions, often for-profit institutions, under particular assumptions or perspectives. So questions of whose knowledge gets digitized, whose data trains AI systems, who has the capacity to sustain projects over time, these are not side questions, but they are central questions to digital scholarship. And I would say this matters immensely for African digital humanities and digital scholarship, which have long been underrepresented in global conversations. And it's not because of a lack of work or creativity or innovation, but because of where digital humanities conferences are held, where peer-reviewed journals are based, where funding comes from, where training opportunities exist, how peer review networks have been structured. It's all centralized in North America, Europe, Australia, and the global north in general. So I believe that conversation and collaboration across borders is one way that libraries can actively shape the future of information and push back against one-direction models where standards and platforms and tools are developed in one place and delivered to everyone else. Conversations and collaboration and conferences like this one, Connecting Codes, can help us see these relationships more clearly. They create space to compare local realities, learn from another about creative approaches to shared challenges, and resist the idea that digital future should be defined by a handful of well-resourced centers of technological power in the global north. And it helps us move towards shared participation in shaping of systems that structure scholarly communication and scholarship, which is a global system. And it also matters for the historical or cultural record itself. Historical collections often span geopolitical borders and institutions that have shifted over time, resulting in unequal access to those materials by the communities that created them. Colonial histories may have further separated communities from the records and artifacts that document their own pasts. Addressing these challenges requires collaboration across institutions and across borders. Efforts like the Trans-Border Digital Humanities Initiative at the University of Texas in San Antonio are exploring how digital approaches can help address these issues, and they're really focused on collections around the US-Mexico border. Another project, Huellas Incómodas, Uncomfortable Footprints, is a project based in Mexico but stored on servers at the University of Kansas, is a small grassroots project undertaken by faculty and students in Mexico, and using community archiving approaches to document feminist protest movements that would likely otherwise have been erased. So this work of collaboration is not simple for reasons I've mentioned, but for me the question is not whether it's difficult or not. I mean, obviously it's difficult, but it's the question of how do we do it meaningfully and with impact anyway, despite the difficulties. And so I would say, and especially after hearing all the comments here about AI and learning about AI and what we do about that, I'd say this is a call for librarians not to just adapt to AI or react to technological change, but to actively help shape the future of AI and the future of information. And part of that work is creating inclusive spaces for exchange and discussion where different experiences and perspectives can be heard. So I hope that this conference contributes to that in some small way. So let me just talk briefly about how we are attempting to do some of this. And our effort at KU Libraries is called IGEL, the Institute for Globally Engaged Librarianship. It's about 1 year old. It's a pretty new initiative. We created IGEL because international engagement is already a part of what research libraries do. It's important to our university as well. And international work has been happening for years across our libraries, but often in distributed ways. At KU, it's through the development of very strong international collections, through individual projects, personal relationships, participation in professional organizations, and attendance at international conferences. So IGEL is one of the things it is an attempt to bring all of that work into a more intentional, strategic, sustainable framework. It's building on KU Libraries' strong international collections, our relationship with regional research centers like the Kansas African Studies Center, and the growing number of our faculty and students working across borders. And you can go to our website and see our mission and vision there. But at its core, IGEL is about building trusted and equitable relationships among libraries and librarians around the world. Dr. Nzivo, I know, spent some time at the Mortensen Center in Illinois, which is another major international library program. And our model, and they're doing amazing work. Our model is a little bit different. In rather than focusing on training, we're focusing on building kind of library to library relationships and being able to internationalize our own library as well, library work and staff. Let me see here. So IGEL is still very new. We're just about a year into this work. We're learning a lot as we go, but I can share with you a few approaches or a few directions that our work has taken over the last year. So first, we're creating spaces for dialogue and exchange. This includes guest speakers. We have a guest speaker series that's online, free to view. We recently had a speaker from Ukraine discussing a really powerful presentation discussing how Ukrainian librarians are responding to the challenges that Russia's invasion has brought. We had a speaker last month, our former Dean of Libraries at KU, Lorraine Harricombe, speaking about libraries and human rights documentation, and she told stories of the genocide collection in Rwanda, as well as and the police archive in Guatemala. Kojo Atiso is organizing every couple of months the Emerging Librarians Forum, which is an online place for workshops and discussion for early career librarians across Africa, and organizing and co-organizing conferences like this one and the one we've held in Ghana the last couple of years. Second, we're building sustained institutional collaborations. Our most established partnership right now is probably with the University of Ghana, where in addition to the African Digital Humanities Conference, we've engaged with various other programs, including their amazing Inketia archives and audiovisual archive of traditional West African drumming and dance and performance that are in the process of preserving their magnetic tapes and digitizing that material. And we're in early conversations with other universities in Latin America, Asia, and hopefully here in Kenya as well. Third, we're supporting we're supporting institutional exchange. We currently have our first ever, and hopefully the first of many, international librarian in residence, Dr. Patience Oklu, library science professor from Ghana, who is spending 5 months working at KU, working with library staff, and exploring how KU and US approaches to some of these challenges might be adapted to an African context. We're planning to bring 2 more librarians from Costa Rica in early 2027. And finally, we're also offering travel support and exchange in both directions, funding external scholars to come to KU to use our international collections. So later this summer, we'll have a visitor from New Zealand, a researcher coming to KU to use our Chinese collections, and another visitor coming to Kansas to, they're making a documentary and need some materials that we hold on Yanous Say, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, who is recognized as the first woman painter in post-independence Senegal. So we're pleased to be able to support their travel, and then supporting also our own KU libraries, faculty and staff for travel abroad to engage professionally in multiple ways. And so that's enabled us to actually support this whole group of 9 of us from the libraries here. So I'll just end with a couple comments. When we talk about international library work, the language often slips easily into this kind of one-way framing. A well-resourced institution supporting another institution or building, capacity building. But I think our program wants to question that a bit, including in how, reframing how we describe our own work. After a year of IGEL, it's clear that we have at least as much, if not more, to learn from these partnerships as we contribute. And just a couple things we're learning. First, the residency itself. So our Ghanaian colleague whose time with us, it's not a training program. It's built around observation, joint research, joint work, shared inquiry. And this is a design that emerged from conversations with colleagues in Ghana and not from a model that we brought to them. And it's also helping us to think about what a useful international program might look like. Less instruction, more reciprocity, more sustained engagement. It's also teaching us how to work through bureaucratic processes of both our institution and our country right now, which is an often very frustrating and long process, but one we really have no choice. We have to work through. Carol's laughing, crying. And another area we're really interested to see how it develops is, like I mentioned, this funding for KU librarians and staff to engage internationally. And our hope is that those of us who participate in international engagement come back more comfortable across languages and contents, more attentive to our own assumptions, and come back with new collaborators and new ideas about their own work. So we'll all debrief and when we get back and see how it went. So although we've done international engagement work for years, IGEL brings a new process and organization structure, new structure that we hope enables us to learn how to do international engagement better, more equitably, and more impactfully. The future of information is not going to be shaped in any one place. It will be shaped through relationships across institutions, regions, and communities. And it's not something that happens to libraries or that libraries react to, but it's something that libraries can help build together. So my hope, there's is that we let this conference be one of these moments where collaboration doesn't just get discussed, but begins. Thank you very much.
Colleagues, is it not getting more exciting? Can you make this conference not just a place where collaboration will be spoken about, and make it a place where collaborations and connections will be made? Can the codes be connected? And can the future of information be better through those connections? Information is power, isn't it? So we are talking about the power of the future, is it? Or the future with power, isn't it? Yeah. So thank you very much. I'd like to then maybe we could take a comment or two just to engage, and thereafter I can assure you we'll go for tea. Yeah, so, sorry? Kojo is saying without comments, no tea. So, yeah, so just two questions or comments, suggestions, or something someone would like to add? Yes, you rise, and again, don't tire reminding us your name.
Okay, I'm Dinda Muntia from Tangaza University. My comments are, the presentation is just an introduction, but as I was listening to the presenter, I was just seeing something greater than whatever we are seeing here. One. Two, the collaboration he is talking of, like that presenter from Ghana, is saying that people should not sit together, you should interact so that the interaction continues. My prayer is that after this conference, we will not just sit here and say that I was in a conference, but there is something new coming out of this conference. That is my comment.
Thank you. Thanks, Dida. That's a great challenge. One more? Surely. Yes. At least he has saved our tea. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Once again, hello and good morning, everybody. My name is Phil Cunningham. And in thinking about the comments that Brian made in his remarks, and also the comments that everybody made as we were all introducing ourselves, is that when there is a new technology like AI kind of on the horizon that appears to be revolutionary, it's healthy to have some healthy anxiety about it. But I think that a good way to think about the future of information vis-a-vis artificial intelligence is similar to the way that we can think about the adoption of the internet 20, 30 years ago. Many of us were in the profession as it was adopted, and it presented a challenge to the established thesis of information resources and how we provided access to resources, how we, as individuals and as professionals, access resources and made resources available. It presented a challenge, it kind of presented an antithesis to the established norms and practices, but over the years we have combined the thesis and antithesis together to form the synthesis where we no longer have this fear that we're going to be replaced by the internet being able to provide access to all information. We recognize our value in stewardship of this information. And I think if we think about how we worked through those conversations as the internet rapidly spread, we can take that same approach to AI literacy. And as we meet together and as we talk together and as we think about how we can collaborate amongst ourselves as professionals, and we can think about how we collaborate with these tools, with these AI tools and these DH tools, I think that will help us dispel this healthy anxiety that we have, and we can emerge with this new synthesis of librarian, information professional informed literacy, and information professional informed AI. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you indeed. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like us to bring this to an end. And I'd like to invite you for tea. We'll serve through that door. There is a corridor behind us, and that will take tea on the red carpet as we network. Remember that it's not just tea, it's an opportunity for networking and being, where Bathsheba is, the good lady in African wear, through there and this way. And before we rise to go, allow me to one more time thank the CEO due to his commitments. He's not able to be with us the entire time, but maybe you want to say something just slightly as we also release him.
Prof is just pushing me. Allow me to adjourn and attend another meeting. We shall be together tomorrow.
Thank you. It was my opportunity to harass a CEO. I hope I've made good use of it. Thank you very much. So we are free. Where Bathsheba is, if you may raise your hand. Yeah. So we'll be led out for tea and this way. Those who are online, please join us for digital tea. Thank you.
Search products and manufacturers for your business on Alibaba.com. Source now.
discussion on library, ensuring that technology has space, but that space is human. So this will be led by Dr. Asna Tepika. She already introduced herself, and she will come over to I'm also informed that someone forgot his or her phone in the restrooms. Has it been found? Okay.
Sorry, we are operating last minute. But good morning, everybody. I already introduced myself. My name is Azanath. I work at USIU Africa, and I'm delighted to be the one moderating this panel this morning. Yeah, so I'll start by introducing my panel. Right in the middle, we have Nerissa. So just for us to learn a little about Nerissa. Nerissa Dipkoril Kamar is a distinguished librarian and knowledge management strategist with more than 20 years of experience across national and international institutions. She currently serves in multiple leadership capacities at the Information Africa Organization, IAO, where she is a project coordinator, a lead e-moderator, lead content developer, and lead trainer for diverse programs, advancing knowledge and capacity building beyond her organizational roles. Nerissa contributes to the global library community as vice chair of the Sub-Saharan Africa Division 2025 to 2027 of the International Federation of Library Associations and Institutions, IFLA. Her expertise in knowledge management, digital engagement, and professional development continues to position African libraries and information centers as catalysts for sustainable futures. You agree with me that that makes her just the right person to be on our panel this morning. Next, I have this. Okay, just give me a moment. Yeah, so our next panelist is Dr. Sarah Kibugi. She holds a master's degree in information science from Leningrad. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Russia. PGDE, Kenyatta University. Am I right? And a PhD in information sciences, again from Kenyatta University. She has worked as a librarian at Kenya International Management College, Kenya National Assembly, and has for a long time worked as a lecturer at the Kenya Polytechnic now, Technical University of Kenya. I'm sure she has been, many of us have been under her tutelage. Currently, she's Director Library and Learning Resource Services and lecturer at Technical University of Kenya. She has taught many librarians and a number of them in this room today. Um, now, Prof, you have to open for me this one. Yeah, so our next panelist, in just a second. Yeah, is Carol E. Smith. She'll tell us what E stands for. Who is the Dean of Libraries at the University of Kansas in the United States, a role she has held since 2023. Before joining KU, she served as university librarian at Colorado School of Mines between 2016 and 2023, and library director at Adams State University, that is between 2012 and 2016 in Colorado, and her tenure faculty role at the University of Central Missouri, that is 2006 to 2012. Her current areas of leadership focus include international library partnerships, fostering participatory leadership, and talent development. So colleagues, please, let's put our hands together for the panelists. Yeah. So that is just to welcome them. Thank you, Prof. Yeah, so how many of us have looked at the topic for the panel this afternoon? Who can tell us? Don't read. I know what you're about to do. Who can give us the topic for the panel this morning? Nobody. I can't threaten you with tea. I can't say there's going to be no tea. Yeah, so before we go to the panel discussion, I would like to make a few remarks. So I start by saying that it's my pleasure to welcome you to this opening plenary session of Connecting Codes here in Nairobi this morning. I'm actually delighted to open this plenary session titled The Library Leadership in Conversation: Artificial Intelligence, Digital Humanities, and the Future of Information. We begin this conference with a conversation that sits at the center of many questions currently facing higher education, research, culture, and society itself. Many of us alluded to these questions when we were doing our self-introductions. And what becomes of libraries and library leadership in a world that is increasingly shaped by artificial intelligence, digital infrastructures, and changing ways of producing and accessing knowledge? You agree with me that the change has been real, especially in the recent past. For generations, libraries have been trusted spaces for preservation, for access, for scholarship, and intellectual discovery. The years when I went to school, you could only find information in the library. It was nowhere else. But today, we are operating within an information landscape that is changing rapidly. Information is everywhere. We actually talk about information overload. So we are seeing AI systems that can generate responses in seconds, researchers working with computational tools and large data sets, students turning fast to generative AI before they turn to library catalogs, and growing debates around misinformation, ethics, authorship, and knowledge visibility. At the same time, digital humanities continue to expand how knowledge is created, interpreted, and shared. Of course, this is raising important questions about whose histories, whose languages, whose cultures and experiences are represented in digital spaces. And of course, the unasked question there, whose histories, languages, cultures, and experiences are left out? And so the question before us is not simply whether libraries will adapt. The deeper question is, how should library leaders seated here today shape the future of information in ways that remain ethical, inclusive, human-centered, and relevant? That's the deep question this morning. So this conversation is especially important in African contexts. As institutions across the continent, the African continent, embrace digital transformation, libraries are navigating very real opportunities and constraints. There are infrastructural gaps, there are funding pressures, changing learner expectations, questions of digital inclusion, and the need to ensure African knowledge systems are not overshadowed in emerging AI environments. I believe you agree with me. Yet this moment also presents enormous possibilities. Let's look at the possibilities. Libraries are no longer only repositories of information. They are becoming, if they haven't become, partners in digital scholarship, leaders in information literacy, stewards of research feasibility, advocates of equitable access, and increasingly strategic voices in conversations about technology and society. The very conversations we are having today and in the next 2 days. So this morning's panel brings together distinguished library leaders who are engaging these issues not only in theory, but also in practice, through institutional leadership, innovation, policy, and scholarship. So our discussion today will explore how AI, or artificial intelligence, is already reshaping library work. So think about the library where you work. Is AI reshaping the work that goes on there? The role of libraries within digital humanities, the leadership competencies required for this era, and what the future may demand from our institutions and from us as professionals. Will the future replace us? That's the fear in the room. Rather than formal presentations, this session is designed as a conversation, really reflective, practical, and forward-looking. And because we are opening the conference, it shall open tomorrow, but we open it today, I hope this discussion does more than answer questions. I hope it provokes new questions, of course. And because perhaps the future of libraries will not be determined only by technology itself, but by the values, choices, and leadership we bring into this moment. Food for thought. I would like you to be thinking about this as we listen to our panelists. Imagine yourself in 2031. How many years ahead is that? 4, 5, 6? 5 years from now. During a strategic planning meeting, and forgive me, I work in a university, so I assume everybody works in a university and talks about vice chancellor. So during a strategic planning meeting, the vice chancellor asks, if students can find information through AI, and researchers can use AI assistants to discover literature, why does the university still need a library? How would you respond? With that, let us begin. I pose my first question to all the three panelists. I would like to just give you a few, like 2 minutes to respond to these. Where is AI already reshaping your library in ways that are not always visible? How is AI reshaping your library in ways that are not obvious? Whom do I start with?
Well, I might answer as a politician would and not actually answer your question, but riff on it and take it in a different direction. And the reason I want to do that is because I think we all heard this morning during our introductions that the anxiety out there is real. And so what I think I want to do is take my 2 minutes and begin where Phil was addressing the very real library anxiety, and hopefully by the end of the 2 minutes, embolden you to think about libraries and our role differently, more broadly, and with some pride and some confidence. There's no question that AI is going to be shaping our work. There is no question that our work is also going to be shaping AI. what I want to share with you is think about this. There would actually, and this is where your pride and your boldness should come from. There would be no AI without the folks in this room. And here's why I say that. AI relies on content. AI relies on quality content. What does quality content rely on? Everyone in this room, authority control, metadata, preservation, all of the work that we do. Actually, technical services, if you're in technical services, like, you should pat yourself on the back. Like, it's back office work often, it's not the most glamorous or recognized, but literally, AI would not exist without the work of everyone in this room. And so we are not just being shaped by AI and striving to shape AI. AI is here because of the work that we do. And that is why you do not need to fear for the future of our discipline or the work that we do. It will certainly change. But we're not just, there's no fear of becoming irrelevant. We are more essential than ever to it. What we actually need to do, however, is we need to lean into the human side of that, which is the ethics, the boundaries, ensuring critical thinking continues. So many of the things that we heard around the room were more important than ever, and it's going to shape the role of our work. Libraries are really knowledge infrastructure. We facilitate knowledge creation, and that work is always changing, but to me, it's an exciting time and an important time for our roles. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That's quite interesting. I'm picking from where she left. And I'll pick with a question. What should remain fundamental human in our work? So that we're looking at what really is there for us, other than looking at what is AI taking. Because if you look at AI, AI is about speed. And us, we're about authenticity as librarians. And if you look at that also, it makes us emphasize most on empathy as librarians, so that human connectivity between us, librarians, and our users. So with AI, let's focus more on what is there for us in terms of humanity. And also the question of AI is there, right? But we're looking also in terms of ethical judgment. What is that which makes us remain relevant in libraries? What is that which is going to guide us in judging what is relevant in the collection we have? Because then, as I've said, AI is about speed. That means that any collection which is in AI might not necessarily be, it might not be complete, might not be relevant. It's just a question of what you feed in, collect what is there, and provide to the user. So AI is there, yes, for the speed, but they're there too for authenticity and authority. I think so. Thank you.
I think I also need to start with a question. Is there anyone in this room who has not used AI at one point or the other? I think we all have, isn't it? Including when you are preparing for the presentations. And the reason why I'm asking that, I think on Friday or Saturday, we had missed the opening of the World Cup, and my 6-year-old granddaughter, when we were just watching on the phone, she said, "This is AI." And I'm looking at her. If at 6 years, that's what you're saying, what is happening with our students in the universities? And like Athena, I work in a university. So the issue we are having is that we need to dig deeper into the digital literacy, the information literacy, so that even as our students and our researchers, our lecturers are using AI, they will use it ethically. And I would like us to look at AI as our friend. It enriches our work, it enhances what you're doing, but the minute we look at AI, it is replacing me, then you become very negative. So for me, what I would like us to look at is to encourage ourselves that let us embrace it, and once we embrace it, we will see the good things that will come out of the emerging technologies, because AI is just one of them. But the key question is, are we equipped with the skills and competencies that are required within the information landscape and we can be able to inculcate that into our clients. The reason being, a number of us, if we do not watch out, and that is where the human aspect comes in very, very importantly, is we stop thinking because we think that AI is thinking for me. So it is where do we have this connector of AI and the human so that we can have the ethical use of the AI. I think that is what I can say.
I want to pick it from your last statement about ethical use of AI. And I'm throwing this again to all of you. What ethical boundaries do you think should guide AI adoption in academic libraries? Ethical boundaries. And when you're answering that, do let us know, who do you think risks being excluded in the process? Ethical boundaries.
Well, we have to shape those ethical boundaries for AI because AI cannot do it. AI consolidates content, reframes content, and publishes content in new ways. It is all content-based and driven in an automated fashion. AI does not understand community values. That's where the human connection comes into place. And ethics and ethical boundaries and the way we utilize AI, because AI has the potential to broaden access in really exciting ways. It also has the potential, depending on how the systems are developed, to result in accidental erasure. And that's because it's content in, content out. And we know if certain areas of the world, if the content is underrepresented, as it already is, it's going to be underrepresented in the output of AI. And that's where the accidental erasure comes from. And that's where, as librarians who are responsible for the knowledge architecture of our universities, we have a duty and a responsibility and an accountability to set those guidelines and boundaries for the systems. And I would argue, we don't just have a responsibility to participate in that. I think that we are very well positioned to lead and to govern in this respect, because we really are the knowledge infrastructure for our universities. They are depending upon us to ensure that the systems that are developed are framed with trust, responsibility, transparency, accountability, all the things that can only come from humans.
Thank you so much. I think it will just be close to a repeat of that, but what I'll address are issues of equity and inclusion. What should actually be part of ethical boundaries? We have to look in terms of equity and inclusion, issues of transparency, because then talking about an academic setup, we have students, we have faculty, and we also want to see what is this, which they, whether the AI we're using or the system we want to implement has something to do with detecting plagiarism and the rest. And we talk a lot about AI, but forget to talk about the privacy protection of the data protection. So as much as AI relies so much on what you feed in data, academic institutions also should look at strictly safeguarding the knowledge so that we prevent misuse of information. And in this information, talking about what assets we've collected with AI in the library in terms of the collection, how is it borrowed, how do we frame the research queries, and how do we personally identify the information that is relevant. And there's a question which you raised about who is excluded. Coming from Kenya, who really is excluded? we talk about AI and infrastructure in a rural setup, mostly. The infrastructure, the use of electricity, the internet infrastructure. But then, look at the rural libraries, the rural communities, where we're interested in to know where the information is. Do they have stable internet? They don't have. Do they have digital infrastructure? They don't have. And that is what we are relying on to drive the AI. And for librarians, we say, as a librarian, the first thing is let's catalog information, let's put it together so that we can easily access. That closes the rollout. And then, again, in this AI and in Africa and in Kenya in particular, the issue of knowledge harvesting and knowledge harnessing from the rural community. So we have knowledge, which is saying, for those of us from knowledge management, let's collect this information and put it together. But then, who are the patrons of this knowledge? The elderly patrons in the community are excluded. Are we able to actually take in that traditional library system and put it together into AI? Those are the people who are sort of excluded. Because in Kenya, we talk a lot about self-kiosks, we talk about huduma centers, but then are they really playing that role which is supposed to enhance and support us to access and include the community? I would also further talk about indigenous knowledge holders. We have indigenous communities like the Maasais and the Okie communities. And AI is not able to catalog this information because the algorithm in that AI is biased. We've not been able to establish algorithms which support indigenous languages. So we're locked out. Unfortunately, again, the group which you're supporting now, the students, I understand some of our colleagues are not here because we're moving grades to, I don't know, the next grade 10 is supposed to be in the university in 20-something. But then, what happens to those who come from my community, in my village? Those are the underprivileged. So as we discuss issues of AI, let's take it past the available systems like here in the city. Let's think about how do we incorporate the rest of us? Can we also have this in a local language? Thank you.
Thank you. Just to add on to what Carol and Elisa has said, is the major concern, as far as I'm concerned, also is the question of that equity. And today, we have so much that we are breaching the data privacy. So privacy is an ethical issue, and it is time that the leadership of any library sets the pace of how that library would move. Because as the leader goes, so the clients go and the other staff go. So it is important for us to appreciate when we talk of boundaries. We have always talked of fair use. And yes, when it is fair use, you know you are not going beyond any boundary. And therefore, as we look at that privacy, how do we even protect the data pertaining to our clients? Today, because of AI, the intelligence searching is everywhere. That when you search for information, next time you want to search for information, AI has already your details, and therefore it will bring you the data or information pertaining to what you have been researching on or what you have been referring to. Now, how are we protecting that data that it doesn't go to the wrong hands? I know recently the Data Protection Commission was set up. And I can tell you, I think we are going to have a lot of problems. So it is time that we took up and people knew, yes, this is data, this is what you can use, and this is what you cannot use because of the following reasons. So libraries, we need to be very open, very positive, but also we need to know what are the repercussions of now the breach of the data. Because we want to have equity, we want to have equity and access of the information. And when we talk of equitable access to the information is where everybody gets the information. But what kind of information are you having? How are you using that information? Thank you.
Right, thank you for those perspectives on ethics when it comes to use of AI or adoption of AI in libraries. I would like us to move the discussion a little into digital humanities. We know that libraries are no longer just supporting research, they're becoming co-producers of knowledge. I believe you agree with me. And that the digital humanities are actually shifting scholarship. Whereas scholarship was largely textual, now we have multimodal. It's become much more multimodal. We have data, we have archives, oral histories, and digital artifacts are being included. We also have individual research moving now into collaborative, networked production, multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary research happening. So my question is, how, to you panelists, what do you see as the role of librarians? What do you see as the role of librarians in shaping digital humanities? Not just supporting it, but what active role can we play as libraries and librarians in shaping this shift in scholarship? I think to you, Carol.
I'm so excited to answer this.
Okay, this is yours.
Well, should I pass the mic down as well? Yeah. This question really excites me because digital humanities is a mode of knowledge production. And so it requires knowledge infrastructure. And I'll keep returning to this theme of libraries as knowledge infrastructure. Digital humanities needs libraries, and it needs libraries from the very beginning, not at the end of a digital humanities project, not at the moment when something is ready for digitization, not at the moment when a digital humanities project is complete and ready to be preserved and stored in some way. Libraries need to be partners in digital humanities efforts throughout the entire process from the very beginning, from the moment when the research questions are being formed, from the moment when methods are being considered, when systems and platform options are being considered. And I think this really gets to a word that you used in your introduction that really speaks to me, which is libraries as partners. If you look at libraries in the 20th century, we were very collection-centric, and we became more about the services that surround those collections. And so what we are and what we are becoming are strategic partners to the entire academic enterprise. And it's one reason why I am so proud at KU of the library's co-directorship and partnership in our Institute for Digital Research in the Humanities, because we truly are partners in this endeavor from the beginning on out. And that's how libraries should be positioned in digital humanities.
Thank you. Based on that and considering that we no longer talking about libraries as repositories, we want to take a role as libraries in terms of digital humanities, because then what we're doing is you are sort of adding humanistic inquiry into the library practices so that it is helping us to, one, work towards digital preservation as libraries. And digital preservation will be looking at safeguarding archives, safeguarding our manuscripts, safeguarding our oral traditions in digital formats. So you said, we sort of tend to move towards archiving what is there for posterity. And then the question of data curation is what we have to take up as libraries. Libraries would be looking at how do we organize and provide access to these large cultural data sets for scholarly analysis. We collect quite a lot of cultural data sets based on the type of research you carry, based on what the data is for. And what you're saying, you remember the rules of library, use and reuse of information. So as librarians, what with digital humanities towards scholarship and the rest, we are looking at data curation and also supporting our researchers. So in supporting researchers, we're looking at text mining. We're looking at GIS, for example, and we're looking at visualization platforms which will support in digital humanities. And collaborations are quite important here because then we are not going to work independently as libraries. We are looking at terms of libraries. Where do we get our partners as librarians? How do we work with scholars? How do we work with historians? How do we work with any other type of personality which works towards achieving collaborative works? And bottom line for us is capacity building. How do we train ourselves, not only you as a librarian, but how also do you train our users so that we are not only investing in structures which are not viable. So I would leave it at that and pass it to my colleague.
Just to add on to what Nelisa and Carol have said, again, I would like us to look at ourselves and reflect. The first time that you ever walked into a library, what did you find then? And what do we find in the library today? I'm sure for most of us, it has been a journey where we have been talking about the physical collection. We were more concerned with the collection we have. The user-centered aspect was missing. But again, we look at the kind of collections we had, including some students' projects, and it is interesting to note that when we started the digitization, we realized a lot of them could not be digitized because one student will copy from the other. The supervisors then allow me, the lecturers in this group, probably the way they were supervised, and you realize you cannot put them online. So when we look at the human technologies, what are we saying? We are saying that this is going to be available and it is going to enhance not just the culture that we have, but even in the usage of the collections. If somebody had told us, I think in 1990s, that the digital collection, the electronic resources will dominate the libraries and the physical collections will sort of diminish, we would have said it is not true. But today, and I want us to be very honest with ourselves as library leaders, what are we concentrating on? Going and buying 2 copies of a book or trying to get the e-book itself with the electronic resources? And I want to say here, without batting an eyelid, it is like our students have become allergic to books. Physical books, it's like they're allergic. But the minute they go to the digital collection, you find that they are at home. So as librarians, what are we doing? We have to move with the times or you are left behind. And it is time that we continue developing the skills and the competencies so that we can get to the top of our leaders and our users within the library setup.
Thank you. Now, for this next question, I really would like to ask you to think about yourself as a library leader. You know, the person who is making decisions that are shaping how the future, the current and the future is going to look like. And so as we experience digital transformation in the library space, you know, like everything that is happening in the library and information landscape is experiencing digital transformation. What leadership decisions would define success? What leadership decisions would define success as we digitally transform?
Excellent question. Right now, we are all in a period of personal and collaborative piloting and experimentation. We're all at some stage of that with the new technologies coming our way. And that's exactly what we need to be doing. What I envision, we're not there yet, but when I look ahead to where I need to lead our organization is, at the moment, we are very much focused in that pilot project experimentation mode. And that's an important space to be in right now, but it's a very different thing. That's a project mindset. That's okay for now, but it's not where we need to head. Where I see, when I will define success when we have transitioned from that very necessary period of a project mindset to one of institutional capacity, where we are bringing what we have learned together into ethical systems, because our universities are relying on us to develop systems that provide voice to everyone, and we need to think in those larger terms. And so when I see us developing what I refer to as a digital ecosystem, a user-centric digital ecosystem that is increasing institutional capacity, a wiser systems approach, then I'll know that we are successful. And we at KU Libraries, I mean, how do you get from the project mindset to the institutional capacity? At the University of Kansas, and you'll be hearing a little bit about this from Courtney and I in a workshop on Thursday, I believe, where we are focused on is in growing our own people, talent development, empowerment, greater capacity for risk-taking and innovation, and heading in new directions and trying new things, because ultimately it is our people, our greatest resource, that are going to get us from the project mindset to that institutional capacity mindset. So that's a journey. I'm not sure where we are on the continuum, but as a leader, I'm continually taking stock and seeing how we can continue to shepherd ourselves in the right direction towards systems maturity.
Yeah, thank you. I look at it in terms of 3 levels. Level 1, AI and integration. So what comes first is, how do we build capacity for our staffs and ourselves? Number 2 will be to do with policies, policy frameworks, and policies which will address transparency, which will address privacy. We look at the policies, then we want to align these to other existing larger policies. 1, institutional policy. Number 2, also we want to look at what does SDG address, so that we can tie to this, so that we're not off the curve. Also look at what's Africa, the Africa we want to look at. There are quite a number of aspirations, about 4 or 5 aspirations which will be addressed in that. As leaders, we can base on that, and also as SDGs also, there are quite a number of SDGs specifically which will address on that. And for Kenyans, we'd also want to look at, is there something in the pillars of the Agenda 2030 which will support us in this? So let's look at all that, and also, again, on leadership in libraries, the second level will be addressing libraries and digital humanities, whereby we want to really emphasize and work closely with partners, collaborative partnerships with scholars, with digital archivists, with data set curators and related, so that we sort of come up and support the conceptualization of the whole idea and digitize whatever is available and have what we need to support the AI as leaders in the library. Thank you.
2 things I would like to mention. Number 1 is, as a library leader, the first thing that we really need to think about is, what are the competencies that we need for ourselves and for our staff? These competencies are important, and this is where now the library and the Lee schools come in together for the curriculum, because we would like to train for the real world, that whatever we are giving our students is what they'll be able to identify with as they go to the library. Then even for the existing staff, is this short courses we are going to arrange for them so that they become digital curators, they become AI literacy educators, and they also need to be ethical ambassadors, because all this we are doing so that we can have equitable access to ensure that the AI adoption remains inclusive, and that we are not going to exclude anybody, and it is also socially responsible. And therefore, we need to be alive to the fact that this is the direction and this is the way we want to do it. The minute we are very positive about this, then as we come through any handles, we can be able to handle them without a problem. Then, of course, the collaboration that we learn from each other. Let us not act as cocoons wherever we are. Find out this situation, how have you been dealing with it? Because whether we like it or not, our users have changed. Their demands have changed, and their needs have also changed, and we have to keep up. Thank you.
I know time is up, but I just want to indulge you a little. Remember that question that I posed to you? You remember the question? Did you write it down? Did you? Okay, did you think about it? Okay, so it's 2031, we said. And in a strategic planning meeting, the Vice Chancellor asks you, or the CEO of your organization, whether it's the Kenya National Library Service, asks if students or users can find information through AI and researchers can use AI assistants to discover literature. Why does the university or why does the institution still need a library? How would you respond? We're just going to take like 3.
I will respond by saying they still need me as a librarian to ensure that the information is packaged nicely, and also to ensure that the information they get is authenticated, or the information they get is authentic. Number 3, in terms of fair use, the information they're getting, are they using it fairly? Are they able to cite or refer in terms of academic writing and all that?
What's your name? Laura. Yeah, that's Laura. The rest of us, why do you still need a library when AI is able to do all these things for us? I forget the name. Is that Mary?
Good. Is it afternoon? When you say hi, I know you're alert. Good afternoon. Yeah, my name is Mary Mwendwa. I said AI is not replacing me in the morning, and this is it. I liked when our moderators brought it very well. What is our role? And this is exactly what you're asking. When internet came, we all knew that we were using internet because we used Mr. Google. We all used Google. Amianda, I mean Google, G-double, yes. Pardon my accent. Be keen in listening. And the librarian taught us that for scholars, we need to use Google Scholar. Why not for a librarian? I would still be using general information that I get that is not authenticated. Now with AI, we have so many versions of AI. We have so many types of robots. It is the authentic one that is scholarly approved. That's the one that I will be guiding my users and students on which one is this to use. When Dr. Sarah was talking, she said, before the e-resources came, we were so much holding into the physical collection. And then today, our students are no longer, they have become allergic to hard copies. And they are more utilizing the e-resources. And in Kenya, we have pulled ourselves together in a consortium, and we are using, is it legible? Approved databases for our students and scholars. If I may ask, even with the AI on board, is it possible that we get to subscribe to an approved scholarly AI? That will be my role now, to evaluate the AI systems and probably advise the academic institutions I'm working for or the corporate library I'm working for that we need to guide our users on which approved AI should be used to guide their research work. Again, just a little bit. Even in these AIs, we need to, they talked of capacity building for our staff, but also we also need to build capacity for our users. Because it is one thing to know that AI exists, but it is another thing to know how to navigate the AI and how to query it. And at that point, my role as a librarian comes in. Create literacy, sensitize our users on how the ethical use of AI, how to query AI so that they are able to curate the information that they need properly, and how to navigate even along the use of AI for at least authentic information. And while at it, even get to know, because Madam Smith said, I was listening, that accent didn't bypass me. Madam Smith says AI will gather words here and there and just not, because it knows how to meander in between and present something like that is similar to truth. It is good even to query the originality of the information that AI is giving you, the source, so that you are able to ethically present whatever information you get. And that is our role.
Thank you, thank you. We would have listened to more thoughts, but it seems that we are fighting and we are convinced that the library will still be relevant in 2031 and beyond. So I just want to give the panelists just half a second if there's something like that, to just make a closing remark.
We will use AI, but AI is not replacing me. There are things that it can do, there are things that it cannot do that still requires the human being, and that is us.
Thank you. The only take home is AI as a speed. We don't have the speed. And if you feel like it's about to throw you out, please think of how you can work with your users to go create, go design, and go evaluate anything which is going to work for us. Thank you.
If my provost had asked me that question, and provosts like pithy, short, tight answers, I would have answered that libraries have never just been about finding information. Libraries are about crafting responsible knowledge environments, and only librarians can do that for our institutions. And that's why you need librarians.
And so that brings us to the end of this session. There's a lot that we could have said and discussed, but time belongs not to us. So join me to give a big, hearty clap to the good work. Thank you. We wish you reflective conference. Thank you.
Thank you. One more time, let's appreciate and the moderator as well. Thank you. Now we'll usher in the next session, and thank you. A presentation that will be done by Kojo and Courtney. Yeah, please. And after that, we'll then go into panel A.
Hello, Kenya. Is it good afternoon or is it good morning? Okay. My name is Kojo. I'm from KU Libraries, and I'm here to perform a duty. We have been asked to perform a duty. And here's my colleague, Courtney Foot. Oh, okay. So we are going to be working on something called shared challenges and collaboration roundtables. And my colleague Courtney Foot is wonderful when it comes to representing your thoughts graphically. You see those sheets there? They are going to be full in 30 minutes, I bet you. But what we're going to do is that we have to break into 10 groups. This whole team has to break into 10 groups. And every group has to elect a leader. And then also one qualification to participate is that no two KU librarians must sit together. Otherwise, your visas are in trouble. Yes, so are we able to do that 10 tables? Because how many are we? We are like 80, 100 kind of, so 10 tables. So maybe just push them together, push the tables together. So like we can do maybe this table, push this to this, because we are going to be working on one topic. Again, or maybe pull chairs to one table. You can say something.
No, that's lovely. And beyond those at KU, if you also came with a colleague from your institution and you are sitting together, it's a good opportunity to stand up and stretch and move to perhaps another location so you can maximize dialogue with others.
Hello. Yes. So we need 5 minutes to break into 10 groups. Less than 5 minutes. And then
could have been people to count 1 to 10, then
yeah.
It will take long.
Yeah, it will take long. Yeah, it will take long. So okay. So now that you have broken into 10 tables, this is what you have to do. You decide on, or you come up with a topic, a challenge, and how to overcome that challenge in the institution that you work in. So 10 people are going to say, whatever, AI and whatever, where you come from.
Yes, so I think what we would love to do is give each of your groups about 20 to 25 minutes.
25 minutes. So this whole exercise is going to take, after that, you have 25 minutes to solve a problem.
So for 25 minutes, you will have dialogue around your tables. I would invite you to think about space that you're taking up and to be mindful of all of those in your group so that you can be inclusive and give everyone an opportunity to have some voice. And I think we yes, as Kojo was saying, we would like to encourage you to bring from your perspective at your institution, in your home space, a sense of some of a key challenge or two that you are facing at this point. Maybe a real conundrum, a real difficulty that's been puzzling and difficult, but also to reflect too on some unique opportunities that you see in your particular context and space. Yes.
And going back to what the last speaker said, assuming your vice chancellor asks you to, I want to do something for, I have $100,000. What should I use it to do for you? So, I mean, what are the challenges and opportunities in your library? So, yeah. Also, don't forget to elect a leader. At the end of the day, you are going to tell us what the challenge was and then how you are going to face it. You are going to solve it.
Yes, and I might encourage the leader that you identify, perhaps that individual could also help to ensure that voice is given to everyone at your table in our 25 minutes. And then as Kojo forecast, at the end of that time, we will all come back together. We will pass the mic around. We won't have much time, but we will essentially allow the leader at each table to please share with the full group in 2 minutes a key nugget or two of information that you shared at your table, perhaps some of the most resonant challenges that emerged and also some of the most exciting opportunities that were that came to be crystallized through your conversation. So we know that we can't hear everything from everyone, as fantastic as that would be, but we'll invite you to share and synthesize in quick form some of those key challenges and opportunities that come up, and then we'll capture all of these here as well.
Yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's 12:31. Go to work. Yes. So. And then we'll be coming around to check on how you guys are doing. Yeah, you have to agree on one challenge. Yes. Did you call?
Yes.
Yes. No, no. So you come up with you are. We are halfway through, 12 minutes more. Five minutes more. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, looks like time is up. And by now you should have elected a leader who's going to speak on your behalf. It is time. Yes, who is ready? Okay, so this is group 2. Group 2 is ready and we are ready to listen to you. Okay, all right.
We are the ones who are ready? Oh.
What's that? Okay, you can stand there once you have the mic, or you could come here if you want. You can just stand there. Yeah, stand from there. Okay.
Segment.
Right.
We have people from the judiciary, academics, across the library ecosystem. Okay. And the first challenge that emerged was internet connectivity. It is better within towns, but as you move away from towns, which is where the bigger population stays, it becomes a challenge. So AI, people are not able to use AI. The other challenge is policies, AI policies. But on AI policies, it goes up to government policy or national policy on AI, which would cascade down so that each organization can work around the government, the national policy. So that's learning, which is an opportunity. There is need for continuous learning, but is also coming up as a challenge. We have legislation. There is need for legislation that govern AI, so that from the legislation, all the other policies could be cascaded onto that, and that would make AI to go deep so that we do not have court cases relating to AI, to infringement of people's privacy and all sorts of things that AI is able to do. On the opportunities, we identified a few. There is now easy learning amongst students, and in the academics, they are able to do research. And the flow of research from one part of the world to the other is very easy through the interconnection, and with the linked systems, we are able to get knowledge from wherever they are curated in. There is something to do with the medical, in the medical field. Now it is possible to do an operation in Nairobi and the doctor is sitting on the other side of the world. Outreach programs through AI is possible now to get information to so many people within a very short time. That is what we were able to do within the period that we were working together. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. One thing I picked, which I think is very cuts across the whole of the continent, is maybe two things: the internet connectivity things, and then the legislation. I don't know if we are going to have answers to this in the shortest possible time. I don't know, because it's everywhere you go on the continent we have this. Thank you so much, Group 1. Yes, which group is ready? Yes, Group 2. Okay, since this one, these two. Okay, let's go. Let's make it happen.
Okay, Group 2, we did it differently, and this is how we did it. So each one of us was identifying challenges at their place of work, at their institution. There's one of us who works at the State Department of Correctional Services. She said that it is not possible to introduce AI there because this is an institution that is handling inmates, is handling accused persons. They would rather deal with books. They want the real record, the original record, the original book. So introducing AI is kind of a walk in the park. They demand books. So the solution is that, another problem, another big challenge is that manpower. At the institution, there is only one librarian. One librarian. So there are other correctional offices scattered across the 47 counties, and we are talking of one person, one librarian. You can imagine the humongous task that is upon this person. Solution or opportunities, there are donations here and there, slight, but they make sense, they make do, from Book Aid. I think she expressed that they have received some donations from Book Aid, and then some even from KNLS. Now, institution number 2, KNLS, the challenge is also quite enormous, because students or users that come to this library are scattered. They come from various fields of knowledge. So we have lawyers, we have students who do IT, we have students who do library, medicine. So you cannot standardize an AI tool for all this, just one. So the opportunity is that you can acquire AI for each discipline, which is possible. So that it comes as a challenge, but it is also as an opportunity. And then Library of Congress. I was so shocked to hear that that at the Library of Congress, Library of Congress, that is a top-notch library. But our colleague here said that, hey, what are you saying? Adopting AI is not easy as you think, because at that institution, bureaucracy of acquiring AI is a challenge, adopting AI. Because the management is extra cautious. What is AI, how is it going to be? So there is slow adoption generally. But the opportunity that is there, or the solution, is that the library staff, the librarians, are keeping engaged. They are keeping the management engaged, so that trying to convince them and make them see the benefits of adopting AI.
All right.
Judiciary.
I think you are out of time, but
that is the last one.
I'll give you one minute.
Bureaucracy.
Okay.
Yeah. That is one challenge. Another challenge is, the legal fraternity is a bit hesitant because of what AI, the responsible use of AI. You remember the last time, I think the first time AI came and it was applied or used in court, a judge cautioned and said, no, judiciary, we are not yet there. We need to come up with a law, we need to come up with a policy for us to adopt AI. So bureaucracy is also there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very detailed. So this is the best group, my best group. They are the Gen Z group. So let's see what you have. You have 3 minutes. What's your name?
Okay, my name is Millicent Hayanga.
Okay, what do you have for us?
Okay, our focus was on an academic librarian. Okay. So the challenge we were looking at as our group was AI reducing library resource usage. Here is where the let's say like the students, they bypass library databases and the physical books we have in the library. So to curb the challenge, here we talked about promoting library resources, whereby we can have, let's say like the social media pages where we can allow we can create like a Facebook page where we can create awareness to users by letting them the resources we have in the library, how to access them and how to use them. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for saving me time. Wonderful. I told you they are the best group. Okay. Who's next? So we did this. Okay. Oh, let me go. These guys are going to punish me because I'm so near them. Okay. Okay, yes. Let's see what you have.
We were trying to empower the boy child, but they don't want to speak up.
I like that. It's always been girl child. Now it's
Yes.
boy child. I'm happy.
Thank you. So we were looking at AI integration in academic libraries. The challenges that we found were inadequate skills and competencies by the staff. We also had an over-reliance on information on AI, thereby leading to poor research output. Then lack of policies and framework to guide AI use in academic libraries, data privacy issues, lack of finances leading to a digital divide. And then there is also gap in indigenous content in the academic library. Also biasness in terms of the namings and the terms that are used in AI platforms, because most of the time when I type in my name, Bonaya, AI always correct my name.
What do you mean? Change your name?
Yes, so it prompts me to write it in a different way.
All right.
Yes, so solutions were capacity building for librarians in terms of training, digital literacy for the users or the researchers. We also developed policies for the use of AI, sensitize staff on the usage of AI, and resource sharing to bridge the gap. Then we also had looked at opportunities in this AI, what do you call it? In AI, this world of AI integration. So we said AI gives researchers faster feedback when doing research. It also saves time for researchers and for learners. Thank you.
Oh, this is great. Thank you. Is it the group? Oh, you did it already? Oh, okay. All right. Thanks. Okay.
Yeah, so for this group, we looked at our challenges, and the topic we gave it a heading: sustaining libraries in our institutions in the face of AI. And like many groups have said, one of the challenges that is there is the technological changes, like what we have now with the AI, that is part of the technological changes, and the solution there is the capacity building or trainings for all the stakeholders, including the librarians and everyone in that system. And then we also looked at the limited funds that are available for our institutions. And the solution for that, we thought that with the grant proposals and even allowing financing in kind, and more importantly, developing partnerships. The third one, we looked at the physical spaces that are in our institutions, the way they are not being, so much used, and we thought that if they are reconfigured to, allow the communities to use them as we
move to the AI era, that it would be a great thing. Then there's also the digital divide, especially for the marginalized groups, whereby we find that we need infrastructure for our marginalized groups and even literacy. And then we also looked at inclusivity, especially for people with special needs. We find that at times they are left out. And with this era of AI, we do not want to leave anyone behind. We want everyone to be included. And we thought the solution for that is having policies in place just to guide us on, where we are moving to. And then we also thought that, especially in our country, there are some places where you find that the counties, they lack a library in that place. And we thought the solution for that could be political goodwill. And then overall, we are saying that we must be ready to market our, institutions, our libraries.
Our profession.
Yes, our profession, so that we can remain relevant. So we make them learning hubs so that we can continue being in business. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. This is wonderful. And the best part is the goodwill part. Goodwill for libraries. Okay. Yes, let's see what you have.
Okay, which number is our group? So this is group 6, and our shared challenges revolved around money or funding, skill gaps, redundancy or fear of redundancy owing to AI adoption, and then issues around data ownership, governance, or sovereignty, and increased or increasing diluted authenticity of information as we continue to engage with AI tools. And so we zeroed in on resistance to AI adoption as a problem in our libraries, and we came up with the following as possible solutions. One is to reframe AI not as a threat, but as an opportunity to develop ourselves as librarians, and then a mindset shift in terms of what our roles would be as librarians, because we felt that the fear could be coming from a specific mindset. Okay. And then we agreed that there is need to reassure, retrain, retool, really engage in a lot of professional development for librarians, just telling them that AI is not going to replace you if you have your skills right. And then also, the last solution is to pilot AI solutions for greater appreciation, so that they can already see what they are going to do before they adopt them.
Oh,
Thank you.
I like that, especially if you can pilot it, take one workplace, one library, pilot it, and see what happens. Yes. People are laughing. Thank you so much. This is my last group. We are doing great on time because I'm so hungry. That's why I'm rushing people. Okay.
Thank you. Group 7. We were still trying to pick a problem to discuss, but we did pick one. Okay. And what we picked on was one of the challenges related to AI adoption is infrastructure. Okay. For example, a lot of our libraries, we don't have probably the budget to purchase computers. Okay. One of us said, for example, they were working in an archive. They didn't have money, but they now moved to a library where they have money. Then the new challenge was that with money, everybody was doing something different. Now coming back to the infrastructure challenge. Even as a library, when you get money and buy computers, within 2 or 3 years, they are obsolete or the new software that has come up is not able to cope with that. One of us said that even the computers they have now, using the different AI models, it's not even possible to optimally use them. So what do you do? Solutions. Now, as a department, as a library department or as a knowledge department, it is expensive to keep on buying computers. So one of the solutions is to work at the institutional level, being strategic, let the whole institution realize that it is important to invest in a digital infrastructure, knowledge infrastructure, as knowledge is
Power.
Is power, is we are living in the knowledge economy. It will be good for the entire institution to invest in that. And then there was another, there was a proposal that there is need to develop policies at institutional level. First of all, to even begin at the national level, which can be cascaded to institutional, to departmental, the thing about the importance of purchasing or investing in infrastructure that will then contribute to the adoption of AI. Okay, so being strategic, create bigger problems and invest strategically. So I think I've summarized it all. We need to be strategic in the way we look at this infrastructure challenge, right from the policy level to down to the departmental level. Then in that way, we'll be able to harness AI and use it to improve the knowledge economy. Thank you.
This is great. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. So right now, everything that you have said has been represented here. And I'm going to give it to, you know the expression, let's hear from the horse's own mouth. She's not a horse. She's a beautiful sister. Hey, Courtney, here you go. Tell us what all these means and whatever.
Thank you, Kojo. Thank you all. Boy, that was a lot of information shared very quickly. Yes, and we are looking to distill and capture, I hope, the essence of what each of you was talking about with your groups here. It is not complete. I'll continue to work on this and fill in for some added clarity. But I definitely heard a lot of themes emerging across here. I think as we often hear, sometimes our best opportunities stem from challenges, right? And so while we're talking about these as if they're different things, often they are sort of one embedded within the other. And so I guess that's one thing that really strikes me here as we've talked about this today, a lot of reflection around limits and constraints, things that we do not have, processes that might impede our own strategic vision and moving forward. But I think I hear a lot too that really roots in the questions that you talked about in the panel, which is really the imperative value of libraries and what you provide. And so even as some of this all circles around AI largely, I think a lot of the solutions that you discussed really leverage the value that you're providing as libraries, as librarians, as purveyors of knowledge, the groundwork of trust and authenticity, and being able to equip and propel learning and growth in all of these areas, and using that in strategic ways to communicate to decision makers, sometimes being intrepid and sort of piloting and doing work on your own where you can. I see a lot too around change management, thinking from the lens of what's happening in organizations, and you likely have colleagues who are perhaps some at the forefront who are champions and are very excited to be dabbling in some of these new areas or facing these challenges, and others who do feel a sense of trepidation, fear, the anxiety that we talked about. And I think it can be tempting in those moments to just, if you're on the other side of it, to say, oh, we've just got to lean in and do it and go, and it's going to be okay. But I think often we can go farther as organizations when we hear and recognize and validate that anxiety and where people are. And I loved some of the reflections a few of you talked about, I think really naming that and making space for it, letting people have a chance to express where they are, and then using some early trials and working with those who want to be leaders to kind of see what this can look like, help people find their personal connection to opportunity there. And so I think that's a really, another beautiful layer that's really centered on the human, as much as we were talking about tools and AI and all that's new there. I hear a lot about the human perspective and your attentiveness to it. So there's a lot, I don't know, likely for all of you too, as you're processing everything you just heard, there's a lot that's still percolating in my mind, and I look forward to keep working on some of this. I'll just say too, we'll likely have this up in a space for this through the coming days, and so I invite you to please come take a look. If there is anything represented here, especially from your group, that you feel could be more clearly articulated, or you would like to see something added or changed, grab me and I am happy to do that. These are intended to be very dynamic, living records of the conversation and really a springboard to future dialogue and sharing. So I hope you'll see it in that way, not as some kind of finished product, but a tool for process and a tool for more dialogue.
Yeah. So the next question is, are you going to continue filling in these? And when it is done, how are they going to have it? Are we going to, I know you normally take pictures of it and,
Yes.
Okay, so
absolutely.
how is everybody going to have it?
Yes. I'm a process person. I'm not a finality person. But as far as being done, I'm hoping to have it more complete, at least by tomorrow. But I don't know that it's ever really done. We would say probably at the end of the conference, at least, we'll capture it digitally in the form that it's in, and we'll figure out how to make that available to all of you so that you can take it back. With any of these tools, I often people will use them as a springboard for discussion back home, back with your own teams, whether you share this or just kind of pull from it, riff from it, use it as again, fodder for conversation in terms of some of the connections that you might see back at your own institution.
Yeah, well, thank you so much. I think she deserves a big round of applause.
Thank you all, really.
Yes. So this is the end of this presentation. We are going to the next.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate Kojo, and thank you very much. So we'll have the last session before we can go for lunch. We have 4 presentations each, about 10 or so minutes, and then we'll be done.
Okay. So I'm back. I told you I'm hungry, so I'm going to do this real quick. So this panel is titled Decolonizing AI, Language Epistemology and Knowledge Infrastructure. So I'm the moderator, and we have an hour to go. We have one online presenter, but I think we're getting ready. While getting ready for him, I'm going to bring Augustine. So Augustine's presentation is titled From the Continental to the Local, AI, Digital Humanities, and the Future of African Languages. Augustine, I think you are from, tell me where you come from again. You are from Senegal, but Dakar. Okay, thank you. All right, Augustine, you have 10 minutes.
So, good morning, everybody. I am Augustin John, and I'm coming from Cheikh Anta Diop University, and I'm the director of the Center of Applied Linguistics of Dakar. And I worked on this presentation with our IT engineer. I think she's online, Mam Awa Sokhna. So I do the linguistic job, and she does the IT job on AI and on DH things. This presentation makes a dual argument in diagnosis the systemic structural barriers that keep African languages at the margin of the global digital ecosystem. And it demonstrates through 7 concrete Cladfirilma initiatives centered on Wolof that these barriers can be overcome with targeted low resources, community-centered digital humanities, and AI methodology. The first thing we have done is first we have made an observation is that in Africa we have more than 100 living languages representing nearly a third of the world linguistic heritage. But when we look at AI and these kind of things, we saw that less than 1% of the corpora and model studies in natural language are on African languages. So our question here is how can we build inclusive, sustainable digital ecosystems for languages that have been systematically marginalized by colonial hierarchies and economic inequalities. We have here 2 complementary perspectives. The first perspective is continental scale. When we look about the oral traditional dominance, the colonial language hierarchies, in education and policy, the infrastructure and economic barriers, the questions of sovereignty, consent, and ownership. And in another perspective, we have local scale, what concrete initiative done by CLAD. When I say CLAD here, you have to know that I'm talking about the Center of Applied Linguistics in French. Okay, it's CLAD. So I'll be telling CLAD Firilma. Firilma says, means in Wolof, explain me. So we have kind of, and I'll explain again on that. Okay, here we have 2 scales inviting reflection on what genuinely the colonial DH looks like in practice. The first continental barrier I was talking about was oral tradition, because most African languages, including Senegalese languages, have been predominantly oral tradition with limited written standardization. So here we have a kind of circular problem. Without corpora, we cannot have trained ML models. Without model, we cannot have process language digitality. Without digital processing, we cannot build resources. So we also propose a circular solution. We have digital humanities tools can transform our oral tradition into digital, documented, searchable, and analyzable archives while preserving our authenticity. The second barrier is colonial languages hierarchies, the legacy of colonialism in language policies. We have ex-colonial languages. In the case of Senegal is French. In other countries is English or Portuguese. They remain privileged in educational system, in government, administration, in professional domains, etc. And the dear challenge here is how do we counter these hierarchies through technology without reproducing them. And the DH opportunity is digital tools can elevate African languages to professional, scientific, and institutional domains, demonstrating their full expressiveness and modernity. The third barrier is infrastructure and economics. We have limited internet access in general. We have underfunded research in African countries and on African languages. We have economic incentives. Also brain drain. African AI researchers often migrate to developed countries where funding and infrastructure are abundant. We have DH response to build open source low resources methodologies that requires minimal infrastructure while maximizing scientific rigor. The first problem is that the data scarcity problem. How orality translates to digital absence. We have limited written tradition in our countries. We have also orthographic fragmentation. We have maybe, when we take the case of Wolof, we have two kind of scripts. We have a Latin script, and we have also an Arabic-based script called Ajami that we find in many countries in Africa in general. We have also underdocumented domains and institutional barriers. And the DH solution is here AI-assisted corpus building collaborative documentation and oral-to-text conversion technologies can overcome historical data gaps. Also, we have another problem. It's sovereignty and ownership. We were talking about it. African languages data extracted by foreign researchers, companies, model trained elsewhere, benefits flow north, not south. And here we have critical questions. Who control language technology for African languages? Who owns the corpora, the models, and outputs? Who decides research priorities and applications? How are benefits distributed to language and communities? And here we have a colonial echo. Current patterns risk reproducing colonial extraction, raw material language data extracted, processes abroad and sold back as technologies. And the DH imperative is that linguistic sovereignty means African communities control their lives data, their language data, infrastructure and technology development. Also, another continental scale is content and community rights. We have ethical foundation beyond data extraction. Here the problem is that traditional research often treats language as object to be studied, not as living heritage of communities. And the requirement for responsible DH is first is informed consent, intellectual property protection. It's also equitable compensation, right to extraction, benefit sharing, and transparent governance. And the DH best practice for us is a great partnership with language communities as co-researchers, not research of subjects. So we arrive to decolonizing the DH. What is not decolonizing is that extracting data, imposing Western linguistics categories onto African languages, developing AI systems that reinforce stereotypes and biases about African speakers, centralizing infrastructure and control in developed countries, and genuinely decolonial things could be epistemic justice, also equitable participation, knowledge democracy, and also long-term commitment, sustained support, and no one projects. Okay, the core principle here is innovation. Sorry. Innovation serves linguistic inclusion, not corporate profits or Western academic prestige. So we arrived to Cloud Freedom ecosystem. I was saying that Cloud was the center of applied linguistics of Dakar. And we're trying to work on many things on AI and DH. First, we have a deep expertise in Wolof and Senegalese languages because since the 60s, and the Fidelma service is a partnership with Institute for Multilingual Adaptations, rooted in Dakar, connected to Senegalese languages realities. Fidelma is a new initiative demonstrating how targeted DH work on one Senegalese language can yield replicable models for others. And our vision is to build integrated digital ecosystem for Senegalese national languages, Wolof, Pulaar, Mandinka, Jola, through rigorous linguistic methodology, responsible AI development, and community partnership. So we are from a local scale, scoped to a continental example. We have 7 applications. I don't have time to talk about the 7 applications, but I'll show you the first application we have realized is about bidirectional machine translation. So we have translation from French to Wolof and Wolof to French, available online. The second application is supporting linguistic standardization. I was talking about Wolof, who are 2 kind of scripts. First script is a Latin script and an Arabic-based script. And the problem is that some concept expressed in multiple ways across regions and institutions. Variation is linguistically normal, but creates inconsistency in professional communication. So our result is here standardization grounded in real usage data, not imposed arbitrarily, variants documented and explained. The third application is building participatory lexicography. Here, our scientific benefit is that we can find a dictionary which becomes a research infrastructure for studying a wall of lexicon, variations, and language charges. Fourth application is supporting oral documentation. And here the preservation benefit is, I was talking about preservation. Oral heritage becomes permanently documented, studied, and publicly accessible while honoring its performance origins. The seventh application we have in CLAD FIRILMA is corpus analysis tools for linguists. And here the problem was without searchable corporal linguists work with limited subjective observation, patterns require years to be identified. And with AI-powered corpus tools, we can do many, many things. And the benefit is that months of manual analysis compressed to hours. So we have systematic exploration replacing anecdotal observations. Also the sixth application is pedagogical resources for wall of literacy. We have both for teachers, how AI can accelerate alphabetization. For teachers, we have automated content generation, contextualized examples, and student analysis. And for learners, we can also have intelligent feedbacks, adaptive difficulties, multimodal resources, orthographic support. And the outcome is that the wall of literacy accelerates, learning becomes accessible even without specialized wall of teachers. And last application is working on a comparative multilingual studies. Here, as we said, Senegal has 40 languages. So our hope is working on more than Wolof. Wolof is the first language on which we are working. And we hope working on the 3 major languages in the first step and after going to other languages. So the benefit is that understanding Senegal linguistic ecology, contact patterns, and multilingual dynamics is a foundation for language policy and the preservation strategy. And to end my presentation, I'm talking about community engagement and linguistic sovereignty, because what we want to do is we are trying to make the communities the center and not the periphery of our works, our research. Here the principle is that linguists and technologists serve speakers' community needs and not the reverse. So community involvement at every level, so we co-define the priorities, sorry. We validate linguistic decisions, also on data governance, equitable compensation, speakers, transcribers, annotators, paid fairly for their linguistic labor. We have also the benefit return resources created, such as dictionaries, tools, corpora, return to community as free open resources. So the result is that the research ecosystem where technology supports linguistic vitality is not an extraction. And the ethical framework for language AI beyond data and decolonizing AI practices. So we have critical questions. The first one is ownership and control, algorithm bias. I'm ending, right? Yeah, I'm ending. And epistemic justice and the consent and readiness. Okay, let me go to the conclusion. So, okay. Toward generally African digital humanity, AI and digital humanities need not to be threats to African languages when guided by rigorous linguistic methodology, ethical commitment, and community partnership. They become powerful tools for inclusion, preservation, and innovation. What our approach, which is CLAD FIRILMA approach, demonstrates is that combining deep linguistic expertise, understanding wall of structure, variation, sociolinguistics, with modern AI capabilities, corpus processing, pattern recognition, automatic annotation, creates a new paradigm for African languages, research, and technology development. So the stake is that we have linguistic sovereignty, intergenerational transmission, scientific leadership, cultural pride, economic opportunities. So to end my purpose, I want just to say that when Wolof speaks in AI with scientific rigor, cultural respect, and community agency, it is not AI that dominates, it is African linguistics that reclaims its rightful place, a human science in service of heritage, vitality, and dignity. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Augustin. Unfortunately, we cannot have questions for him because he ate all the questions time and everything. But thank you very much. Yes. So next, do we have a Gosh online? So our next presenter will be virtual from somewhere. I don't know. Gosh, if you are, can you put his presentation online, and then I will get started. And Arun Gosh, you have. Hello? Okay. So Arun has 10 minutes to present and maybe 2 minutes for questions. So if he's ready.
Are you able to see my? Are you able to see my screen?
Hi. Oh, hi, Arjun. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. I just can't.
You are rather faint.
Yeah, I'm able to switch on my video. Thank you. It is a pity that I couldn't be. I was really looking forward to joining there because I think a lot of the discussions related to Africa, the challenges that we have vis-a-vis AI and digitization are very similar to what we have in India. And we have been working here on Indian languages, and I'll very quickly sort of present the landscape in hope for future understanding and collaborations. Let me get started. So,
Before I get started, you have 10 minutes for the presentation, and we can have some 5 minutes for questions. Thank you.
Our previous speaker spoke about oral tradition, and that's where I will begin. You see, in the 16th century, in North India, a Sufi poet named Malik Jaisi, he wrote a long poem in a language called Awadhi, called Padmavat. That poem later became very famous, mythologized by storytellers and filmmakers. But in Jaisi's own world, the most striking thing about Padmavat was not just a story, but how he wrote it. As a student, I remember being told that this was something which was written in Hindi, but actually much later did I learn that it was it was not the Hindi that we understand today, because Jaisi composed it in a language that flowed between registers, between various languages, and he wrote it in the Nastaliq script. Nastaliq script is very similar to the Arabic script, mostly sourced from Persian, and centuries later it was presented in the Devanagari script as a Hindi classic. And so in the manuscript world, the crossing of language and script and region was not unusual. So, but when print came, something crucial changed, and we had, the scripts got fixed, and cultural words that had once flowed across regions began to harden within borders, and the page stopped being a space for circulation and became a site for control. So one of the starkest examples was when in 1928, when Turkey replaced Arabic-based Ottoman script with the Latin alphabet, and overnight, generations were cut off from their past. And that's the power of print and state policy combined. So my talk today traces the journey of that earlier world where manuscripts allowed languages and scripts to move across one another, and where digital tools might once again open up possibilities for fluidity, because question is not what we read, but how we read it. So in the pre-modern era, the world was still largely oral, and caravans and bazaars and monasteries became spaces where people from different communities encountered each other's tongues. In such a world, multilingualism wasn't a luxury, but it was a necessity. When people sang, they sang in local dialects and registers. When they wrote, they used the script, whatever was dominantly available. So I actually worked the intersection of language, technology, and archives, particularly on using artificial intelligence to read historical text. And so we were working on some digitized manuscripts for an OCR project, and we expected to train the system to recognize a single language in a single script, but the manuscript refused to cooperate because the single line would move across linguistic words, Sanskrit vocabulary, vernacular, grammar. And so at one point we encountered a passage, what we would call today Mani Pravalam, or a deliberate blending of Sanskrit and regional language. For the machine, this was an error, but for the manuscript, it was simply how language worked. That is the world print would later struggle to contain, and with the printing press, script went from being local, fluid, and handcrafted to being mechanically and centrally produced. The typeface, the orthography was standardized by centralized print cultures, and language became a symbol of national identity, language and script combined, that pairing. So in India, this transformation was especially profound. At Fort William College in Calcutta, John Gilchrist took Hindustani, which was a continuum of languages of everyday use, almost half the subcontinent, and they divided into separate entities, Hindi written in Devanagari and Urdu written in Nastalpur. And this wasn't just a linguistic division, it was a political one as well, aligning language and communal identities, mostly religious identities. So in that moment, the script language binary became a tool for signifying belonging. The Persian-Arabic script for Muslims and Nagari for Hindus. So that began to harden around communal lines. So we see that traces of the older continuum today, and we find that viewers in India and Pakistan, for instance, rarely struggle to follow interviews with each other's cricket teams when what they're hearing is not Hindi or Urdu in their standardized form, but somehow something that is closer to Hindustani. Even more strikingly, the digital archive, Rekta, which preserves Urdu poetry, finds a large number of its readers access this poem in Devanagari transliteration rather than the Perso-Arabic script. Language remains shared. It is the script engineered by state power that divides. With each major technological step, the gap between languages has grown. When writing arrived, some languages received scripts, others remained oral. The scripts of dominant languages were borrowed by languages that lacked one, and with the rigidity of print, the number of visible languages shrank further. Only those standardized scripts made it into textbooks.
I think you have 3 minutes.
Yes.
Okay.
The culture and history of marginalized languages with rich oral traditions and vast bodies of everyday knowledge were relegated to the margins. Digital technology promised a very different future. In theory, software could write over hardware constraints, virtual keyboards can support multiple scripts, etc. But in practice, basic digital environment is still built on the English keyboard. and that creates deep structural imbalance. So we do understand that when we try to use these keyboards, if the recipient computer does not have the particular Unicode enabled, then they appear as strange rectangular characters, etc. So the script may have traveled, but on the system on the other side may not be ready. It isn't just a bug, but it's a problem of the most of world's languages still face. And so today languages are divided into what researchers call high resource and low resource, and it depends on whether a language has Unicode compliant fonts, virtual keyboards, online presence, annotated data sets, text-to-speech and OCR, and now large language models. A language like Swahili with around 200 million speakers often lacks the digital resources that AI systems need to learn, while a language like Welsh with far fewer speakers benefits from extensive documentation and systemic preservation. This is not just about prestige or sentimentality, it is about who gets represented in the algorithms that increasingly shape education, governance, and commerce. The result is a systematic exclusion. Entire communities are being left out of the AI revolution at the risk of being harmed by AI-generated misinformation, bias, and poorly localized services, and they are being denied economic gain through well-designed, well-resourced technology. So with each technological layer, the gap between high-resource and low-resource languages sometimes grow exponentially. So the digital sphere has the potential to undo the rigid linguistic hierarchies of print, and yet in practice it reinforces and in fact intensifies it. So the script language pairing that print had introduced has moved inside code. In the code of the web, there is a standard that lets us label language along with its script, for example, Serbian in Cyrillic or Serbian in Latin. And the script language binary is embedded in the invisible architecture of code. So what I am really arguing...
Yeah, Arjun, are you able to wrap up?
Yeah,
Because
I'll just stop. 10 seconds. What I'm arguing here is that within the architecture of our computational machinery, we need to move beyond the script language pairing, which print had brought into being. We should be able to read languages in multiple scripts as required by the user. So multilingualism is not just a slogan. The digital world can make a difference between access and exclusion. Thank you for listening to me. I've been enjoying this session from the morning. I'm sorry I could not be there.
thank you so much, Arjun. Is there a question? I can allow one question, just one. Since it's on scripts, I know people like. Okay, no question. Thank you. We'll go to the next person. Our next presenter is still virtual. Is Josek Kwela Olala here? Olala. If he's not here, we'll jump on to the last one. Oh, he's there. Is he there? Okay.
Recording in progress.
Okay. So, yes, I can hear you, and you are welcome. And you are going to have 10 minutes for presentation, maybe 2 minutes for question. 10 minutes, only 10 minutes presentation. So you can summarize. Because we are going to have the presentations later, which we can send to them. So 10 minutes. Okay, let's go.
Thank you. Imagine an elderly woman in a village in Western Kenya. She has lived through independence, raised her children, and witnessed her community's history firsthand. She walks into a local library wanting to find a book about the history of her people, written in a language she has spoken her whole life.
She sits at the catalog computer. She types in Swahili. The screen returns nothing. She assumes the book does not exist. She leaves empty-handed. The book was there all along. The library just could not understand her. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the situation that happens within our library users. My name is Joseph Kwea Olala. I work for the Kenya National Library Service in Nairobi, but currently I'm away in China for studies, and I'm going to do the presentation in the next few minutes. Kindly confirm that you can see my slides.
Not yet. Still loading. I can see it now.
All right. Okay. Just a minute. All right. Okay.
We can see them.
Okay. Okay. Just hold on my. All right. Confirm that you can see the slides.
No, I cannot confirm. I cannot see them.
Are we there?
Not yet. Yes, we can.
Thank you. So my topic is on natural local prose language driven Swahili information retrieval in African libraries, that is leveraging on official continental language for equity. So these are basically the overview of what I'm going to present. My background says that imagine the African Union in the year 2022 basically recognized Kiswahili as one of the official language, which is spoken in East and Central Africa, and more than 14 countries are speaking Kiswahili, and that accumulates to 200 million people within Africa. Now, what is the issue here? The very first thing that I'm bringing up is the catalog language problem, where we are saying that African library catalogs are indexed in English and French, whereby Kiswahili is being left out. The second part of it is a discoverability problem, where Kiswahili materials, yes, they may exist in a library, but catalog with different or with English metadata, leaving Kiswahili out. The other third issue is on equity, excluding more than 200 million people who speak Swahili. It's structural epistemic injustice which reproduce colonial language hierarchy. So those are the three issues that I'm going to deal with in my presentation. So the research objectives is we are going to examine the opportunities, that is examine the opportunities that NLP presents for Kiswahili language information retrieval within African library settings. The very second one is to identify challenges, specific challenges that must be addressed in African library infrastructure and institutional environments. The third one is to propose a framework. So what I'm proposing here is a framework. I do not have that empirical data. Basically, this is a framework which is a 4-layer conceptual framework for integrating the NLP into African library systems, culturally sensitive and institutionally feasible. So I've reviewed a number of papers of what is currently existing and the gap, what is missing. So one of it, we appreciate that Kiswahili has strong political recognition within the African Union that was recognized in the year 2022. Masakane, African NLP Benchmark 8 datasets. This is a gentleman who talked or came up with the datasets, and I had the very first speakers during the panel talking about issues to do with the datasets. So then this was improved to for an African language. We also have an BAT and SMA. So these are basically different studies and research that have been done. However, we do not have an NLP system designed for Kiswahili. What is currently available probably is in French or English. Another thing is African library systems absent from NLP research. There's no research about African library systems. No equity-centered framework for African library NLP. Now, what is natural language processing? NLP refers to natural language processing, which is a subfield of AI or artificial intelligence that uses machine learning to enable computers to do what? To learn, to understand, and also to communicate with human language by combining computational linguistics, rule-based modeling, statistical modeling, machine learning, and deep learning. So the very first opportunity that NLP presents, we are saying that it enables users to search in their own language. So when we use the NLP, we are enabling the users to search in their own language. For example, we've given there a Swahili word, and we are saying that standard English tokenizers completely fail to Kiswahili, on Kiswahili. One word can carry multiple meanings. Kiswahili also has over 15 plus noun classes, each with different agreement patterns. The solution, Kiswahili specific morphological analyzer, as a pre-processing step. And then we transfer learning fine-tune on Kiswahili library data for improved accuracy. The second opportunity is cross-lingual information retrieval, whereby search in Kiswahili retrieve documents in any language that you have. So translated based here, we say that translate Kiswahili query to English first, then search English index. Simple, but depends on translation quality. So this was one of the issues. But we are saying that when you do representation based, it maps query and documents into shared multilingual space, which matches by meaning more powerful, which does not depend on translation. So at least there's no translation here. The third one, we have the automated metadata generation.
Yes, just a sec.
Using this NLP. Yes,
you have 3 minutes more. 3 minutes to end up there. So try and summarize.
NLP, we have, there are no catalogs, no subject heading, and all that. With NLP, it presents the title in Swahili, which is auto-generated, subject heading in Swahili, keywords, and also the abstract summary it's generated. Allow me to move. The challenges are also there. One, we have the data scarcity and linguistic complexity. And then we have infrastructure and capacity constraints. We also have something to do with the ethical and social concern where we talk about biased data, biased training data, biased NLP model, biased search results, and reinforced inequality. Allow me to explain. This is what actually we are proposing. I've done the framework into in a way that we can really understand it, and otherwise the engineering part of it. So in this one, we have 4 layers where we talk about the policy and governance, like the resolution done by the AU, the legislation by the National Library, the governance of data, and also the funding mechanism. We have layer 2, data and corpus development foundation layer, digitized committee annotation. Layer 3 is NLP processing pipeline intelligence layer, and then the 4th one is information retrieval. These other framework is more of what actually can work, where we say that the first layer has infrastructure and system environment, talking about this, having the storage. I had people talking about the hardware, I mean the ICT infrastructure, storage, database, connectivity, the backup, the security, and all that. The second one is the data acquisition and campus development, where we have to acquire these data issues of the data sets, and then the NLP processing and knowledge extraction, and then the fourth one is the information retrieval and user service, where we have interface like OPAC, where people can use the semantic search, the lingual interface, voice. So basically, this is the framework that we are presenting, that we use NLP to ensure that people can use and can search Swahili in the catalog and they can easily access it. We are recommending to the libraries that they need to conduct language audit of catalog, pilot Swahili search interface, train staff in the NLP basics. For the policymakers, we need to look at legislation and then funding part of it, create cross-border data sharing agreements. For the researchers, prioritize Swahili in the benchmarks, publish an open access African venue, involve African researchers as leads. And then for the developers, build open source Swahili plugins for Koha and other database, optimize models for low bandwidth deployment, open standards only. Yes, in conclusion, structural exclusion is an equity problem. The challenge are addressable with the RAT framework that we have proposed, a four-layer framework policy to access the Swahili catalog, operationalize the AU, now that it's officially, Swahili is official language, how can we operationalize it even as librarians within our catacombs? Replicable for Hausa, like Amharic, Yoruba, Zulu, we can still extend this after Swahili to other local languages within the African continent. NLP can transform African library service. So basically, that's what we are presenting, how we can integrate the NLP, which is an AI component, into our library, and we can utilize this AI actually to ensure that at least we are able to bring even both the languages for our users, and they can really search the information materials that they need. Thank you very much. That's the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Olala. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, we have no time for questions, and if you put your presentations online, people are going to ask you all the questions, so thank you. Now we have our last presentation before the break, and it's virtual. Let me see, who is this guy? Our last presentation is titled AI-Driven Presentation of Indigenous Knowledge in Public Libraries by Wilson Kabucho Wumboi. It's physical. Wilson. Is Wilson here?
Yes, I'm around. Good afternoon.
Wilson, Preservation of AI and Indigenous Knowledge in Public Libraries.
Physical.
Or is he online? He's online? Oh, okay. All right. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. So, Wilson, the rules of the game is that you have 10 minutes to present. Can you hear me, Wilson?
Yes, I can hear you.
I need to hear you talk.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, you are so faint. Okay. Yeah, so you have 10 minutes to present, and if you do well on time, you can have 2 minutes for questions. Let's go. All right, let's start.
Okay, thank you very much. This presentation introduces the cultural responsive artificial intelligence and knowledge management, and we'll be discussing about AI-driven preservation of indigenous knowledge in public libraries. Indigenous knowledge in Central Africa is quite reshaping in this environment. And in Kenya, we talk about the cultural, responsive, and ethical use of AI. And the significance of indigenous knowledge, it is to ensure that indigenous knowledge in Central Africa is shaping the culture, the environment, and the livelihoods, because it is largely oral. and it is highly valuable and also vulnerable to loss, and it has various threats, and these threats has made the community to lose its authenticity, and that is where libraries play a key role in preserving it, and it should be understood as a living environment of the knowledge. In terms of the library's new mandate, whereby we are moving from the past conventional print to assume the proactive guardianship and also the living communal heritage, and currently embracing the aspects of AI using the speech to text and natural language processing to digitize and maintain linguistic diversity. Based on the literature review in the African context, across African Sahara, libraries have digitized cultural heritage such as oral histories. Like for instance, in Botswana, we have the Adea Textile archives in Nigeria and mobile-based documentation in Kenya. However, these efforts remain fragmented due to lack of a unified ethical framework. And that's what we find that the aspects of ensuring that data is kind of colonialized, and also there's that epistemic erasure whereby the knowledge is lost. And if we continue like this, we might end up not getting the right data. In terms of the theoretical framework, the study is grounded on responsible innovation and digital humanities based on the epistemic pluralism. Together, we ensure that ethical, inclusive, and multi-knowledge system approach is guided, whereby we ensure that we have responsible innovation, we have this digital humanities in terms of the license, and also we harmonize the algorithm so that we don't lose the context of being Africa, and also the context of ensuring that we have a well ethicalized data in terms of ensuring that knowledge management it is well preserved in the use of AI. Based on the research method, a qualitative literature review was conducted, sourcing back from 2010 to 2026 across major academic databases, and findings were synthesized to identify gaps and develop the ACREC framework as a practical governance framework for libraries. When we talk about opportunities, AI offers opportunities such as automated transcription, localized data creation, and interactive ecological mapping system. A good example is like the Elgeyo Marakwet County, whereby the Keep Agige initiative used to generate AI to build localized metadata. And also, it has ensured that aspects of interactive platforms have been developed to ensure that the context-aware is ecological map models support the local climate change. However, these opportunities must be guided by ethics, consent, and community ownership of the data. Indeed, when we talk about the pillars, we have the CRAIK pillars for responsible and AI indigenous knowledge preservation. And the first pillar is anticipation, whereby we ensure that there is that aspect of proactively identifying the epistemic erasure and algorithmic biasness, which might come because of the robust culture assessment. Also, we have another pillar of flexibility, whereby we need to ensure that we have those reflections by librarians and computational basis, whereby the training models challenge dominant Western standards, which should be based on Africa context. Also, aspects of inclusion. We need to direct and position our community, especially the elders and the key informants, so that we are able to gather and govern information to ensure that we don't have any threat in terms of the simple data and also in terms of the extraction of the sources. Also, we need to ensure that we have that aspect of adaptive library systems which are quite responsive, so that we are able to ensure that all this narrative that we are having, it is well documented and well preserved. When we talk about the operational layer, we have the community engagement, because without community, we are not able to ensure that we activate and we active participate in this, ensuring that we're able to get this. So we need to ensure that we work with the community, the elders, so that they are able to ensure that we're able to get this information firsthand. And also we need to ensure that we adapt the actual intelligence, like for instance, speech-to-text model, whereby if the language is different, still we are able to get it, just as the other colleagues who have discussed about the natural language processing, we are able to get it and also fine-tune the metadata. Also, in terms of implementation, we need to ensure that we have digital humanities, whereby we have a rich, context-aware multimedia, whereby whatever has been presented and also has been harnessed, it is there in the digital repository. Also, when you talk about the issue of governance and ethics, you need to construct an audit trail and data sovereignty of this information that has been preserved. And also, we need to ensure we talk about sustainability and development, whereby we invest in labor in terms of infrastructure, and also we ensure that even our librarians have the right skills and knowledge towards literacy. Critical barriers, you find that each and every time we have challenges to this, and major barriers include cultural mismanagement, like communal IP issues and context loss, technical gaps, such as data scarcity, algorithmic bases, and limited infrastructure, and also AI skills as at times becomes a barrier. So we need to ensure that each and every time we are very cognizant of these barriers, both the ethical and cultural mismatches and also the technical resources, so that we are not caught unawares. Actionable recommendation. Key actions include adopting the CRAIK performance framework, developing a national ethical AI policy, and also investing in rural infrastructure, building partnerships, and strengthening AI literacy, and co-creating hybrid metadata system, which will ensure that at least at the end of the day, libraries are able to preserve these information resources. They are able to preserve the aspects of even creating a hybrid metadata, which is well in line with the draft of the ethical AI guidelines. A paradigm shift in preservation. You find that preservation of indigenous knowledge within public libraries and national libraries is a crucial crossroads where cultural legacy, technological past tense, and also technological justice meet.
Hello, Wilson. You have 3 minutes to wrap up. Thank you.
The framework ensures that advanced technology function as respectful mediums rather than expected force, by prioritizing community agency, Kenyan libraries, and aspects of the colonial digital heritage across Africa. So thank you very much. And in conclusion, AI is a supportive tool rather than extractive tool in indigenous knowledge preservation, and it promotes ethical, inclusive, and the colonial digital heritage system led by the African public libraries. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you. I have 1 minute for a question. And Wilson, are you open to take a question? Anybody with a question? Okay, everybody's tired. Thank you. Thank you, Wilson. Yeah, before I hand over the mic to Professor Tom, let me see. I want to recognize the presence of Professor Constantine Nyamboga, former president of the Kenya Library Association, who is now a professor of library and information science at Tangaza University. Professor, what is Professor Constantine Nyamboga? Can we see you? Okay. Thanks for coming. Okay. This marks the end of the first panel. So I'm going to hand over the mic to Tom. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I see the sugar levels are down. Are they? And with that, we'll break. I want to thank Kojo and the presenters. We'd like to take a break for our lunch, and we'll go the same way we did for tea. It's ready. We go through that door, we serve, and come and have it this other side as we network. Otherwise, we are behind time by several hours, but this is Africa. So it's 2:15. And so when we come back at 3? Okay, so let's come back at 3 for panel B. Okay. And yeah, there's something he has told me loudly, but I choose not to say it on the mic. So we are welcome for lunch, ladies and gentlemen, and through the door, this side, and then you can network as much as you can. We gather again at 3 p.m. Thank you. So those who are online, again, free to take your lunch or dinner, and we'll gather again at 3 p.m. Kenyan time.
Hey Baba, Olodumare one and only, the giver of life, iko tunanapa. Mesimama cause uko na mimi, you never let me go. Mipaka yangu umeitanulia mbali, even sky see your limit kwa ikibali. Hata haters wanashangilia kwa ndani, umewawinga oh. Sina kingine mimi najivunia zaidi yako Baba, maana niko tuli nimetulia, we unagabaya. Hata wale wananionea usuda, shabaha yao mbaya. Watapataje mwamba umenifunika, ure watataya. Cause I know that you got me where you got me. You got me where you got me, Papa. You got me where you got me. That's why I never, never, never fall. You got me where you got me. You got me where you got me, Papa. You got me where you got me. That's why I never, never, never fall down. Iteleza baba unaniinua, janitupa wala ujanijutia. Kama ni toba zimejaa gunia, ukweli kwamba tu umenihurumia. Ningekulipa nini kama ungetaka nilipe jema moja moja, maana hata hii pumzi nayovuta hakuna dola ingetosha. Na kingine mimi najivunia zaidi yako Baba, maana niko tuli nimetulia, unagabaya. Hata wale wananionea usuda, shabaha yao mbaya. Watampataje mwamba umenifunika, ure watataya. Cause I know that you got me where you got me. You got me where you got me, Papa. You got me where you got me. That's why I never, never, never fall down. You got me where you got me. You got me where you got me, Papa. You got me where you got me. That's why I never, never, never fall down. You got me where you got me. You got me where you got me, Papa. You got me where you got me. That's why I never, never, never fall down. Never, never, never fall down. Always by my side. Always by my side. That's why I never, never, never fall. heures de saveur. Adolphe Mouteba, Chila Mouina.
Should I say DJ before some people go to the floor? Ladies and gentlemen, let's settle down, and I'd like to welcome you to the afternoon session. This session will be led by Dr. Joel Nakitare, who is here with me. Let us give him a welcome as he introduces the panelists.
Thank you very much. I can see some people are still eating. Don't worry, we'll still ask you just to multitask. Those who are outside, kindly come in. But before we start, just to be sure, we are to have 4 presentations back to back. I've seen 2 presenters. I'm missing 2. Kizito. Where's the Kizito? You are the one? Okay. So you need to... We can test your laptop as we get the other presenter. Sorry for that. The 4th presenter is who? You're the one. So we, as I've said, we are going to have 4 presentations, 10 minutes each. We'll do questions after the 4 presentations. Is that okay? So if you have any question, any idea, just note it, then we'll do it after. Yeah, the 4th one. So we are starting with Emily. Maureen Emisiko. Then we go to Emily. Okay. Then yourself. Emma. Perfect. So can we settle? Can we settle? So to the presenters, kindly let's keep time. Move at your speed and finish within 10 minutes.
Thank you so much, Daktari. My name is Maureen Emisiko from Cooperative University of Kenya. I co-authored this paper with Professor Tom Kwanya. So the title is AI Governance in Kenyan Universities. AI governance in Kenyan universities, from ethical colonialism to epistemic justice. So for the stakes of AI integration, there's a lot of technocrat determinism, whereby we rely so much on experts and ignore the local knowledge part of the local part of knowledge. So I introduced the Ubuntu as a relational ethical framework, as a center for relational ethical framework in universities that can design technologies to foster inclusivity and validate diverse ways of knowing. So this transformation requires moving beyond mere risk mitigation towards an ethics of care that respects the dignity of local intellectual traditions and communal knowledge stewardship. So we are going beyond the data regulation to epistemic logic. That is, we want to achieve cognitive sovereignty and decolonial governance, whereby universities mostly depend on the ethical part of AI, and what they have not they have not taken time maybe to explore the communal stewardship over individualistic governance, and also grounding these frameworks of principles of indigenous data sovereignty and relational ethics. So this approach ensures that AI governance is not merely a technical exercise in risk management, but a philosophical commitment to collective morals. So the gaps in AI in education discourse, we have the technical focus, overlooks the power imbalances, then indigenous protocols needed in edtech design. This one prioritizes indigenous data sovereignty. Institutions can ensure that community-held knowledge is managed through protocols that value guardianship over over ownership. So on digital neo-colonialism and critical digital literacy, localized curricula should integrate large language models, worldviews, and prompting as epistemic gatekeeping. So on training data bias and community-led NLP, English-heavy data sets marginalize local students. So there are students who are not well-versed with these English-heavy data sets. So they are kind of marginalized. So this epistemic disobedience and pluralistic design also shifts from the passive consumption of these tools to the development of community-led, cultural, sensitive, natural language processing techniques, which are essential to restore authority to local perspectives. So the current landscape literature review on racializing forces in AI. So I did a literature review. Then on the foreign platforms bypass, platforms bypass local regulatory oversight, in that the current institutional landscape is marked by a reliance on foreign digital architecture that often bypass local regulatory oversights. So Kenyan universities increasingly rely on proprietary AI-enabled platforms for research, analytics, and learning management, which are developed within specific foreign epistemic and regulatory contexts. This concentration produces dependencies that extend beyond technical adoption into the very foundations of knowledge production. So the problem is that Data Protection Act is insufficient for generative AI. We rely so much on the Data Protection Act, which is not that sufficient for generative AI. So we need to decolonize governance frameworks as a research goal. So in this study, I formulated a decolonized governance framework that shifts focus from passive compliance with Western norms towards the active integration of Ubuntu-inspired ethical principles and local data sovereignty. So institutional readiness gaps in 2019 AI Task Force Digital Master Plan. So this was it was launched. It was appointed. This task force was appointed in around 2018, but they launched their report in 2019 on the task force, and we also have a master plan of 2022-2032. If you can get time, kindly go through those. The AI task force, and also the master plan. It is called the Distributed Ledger Technology and AI Task Force. It was established in 2018, and the report was released in 2019. Then we also have the Kenya National Digital Master Plan 2022-2032. So you can go through those documents. In the task force, the mandate was to examine how AI and blockchain technologies could support national development and propose a long-term roadmap.
3 minutes.
So we have the Policy Deficiency in Data Protection Act. It is not explicit on AI governance, and the Kenya Robotics and AI Society Bill, it is overly punitive. You can just look for those documents. Then we have the critique of the ethical colonialism and Western-centric frameworks. For this, the presenter who was ahead of me made this presentation so well, so I'll just move to the pillars that I proposed. The pillar number 1 is Ubuntu Ethical Foundations. So Ubuntu is majorly, I am because you are. So it is communal and not individualistic. Then we have the local data sovereignty, where I engage the care principles, and the community data trust for local academic autonomy. Then the pillar number 3 is inclusive decision mechanisms, where deliberative democracy co-producing ethical principles. So ethical principles should be co-produced. It should not just come from experts. We should engage both the locals, we should engage the indigenous knowledge and also the experts. Then we should have participatory design which integrates marginalized perspectives. We have strategic alignments like national and continental agendas. I've already talked about the digital master plan to enable the environment. Then AU, AI, Continental Strategy and Agenda 2063 alignment. Kindly look for the document and go through it. Then in conclusion, towards cognitive sovereignty, the integration of generative AI in Kenya education represents a critical juncture that demands fundamental paradigm shift. So by centering Ubuntu as a foundational ethical framework, universities can design their relationship with technology towards relationality, collective responsibility, and social justice. This shift is essential for achieving epistemic justice, ensuring AI serves as a tool for intellectual empowerment. Then we have active stewards of a sovereign digital ecosystem. So my question to you is, whose knowledge counts? You can answer that for yourselves. Thank you so much.
I better clap. At least I'm sure we've had lunch. Thank you very much. Yeah, you can enjoy this chair. As we wait for your questions, just sit here. The next presenter, Kizito. So Kizito is presenting a paper on framework for digitizing judicial library services in Kenya. They always say if you have never been a client of judiciary, then you are what? He'll tell us after the presentation. Karibu Kizito, 10 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, it's a framework for the digitization of the judiciary library services in Kenya. So just the background of the study, the problem, manual judicial library services in a digital era. Why judicial libraries matter? Access to justice is a fundamental human right and a cornerstone of the rule of law. In modern judicial systems, this access increasingly depends on the availability, accessibility, and usability of legal information. It supports judgment writing, legal research, and policy formulation. The Kenya judiciary embarked on an ambitious digital transformation journey, implementing electronic case management system, virtual court hearings, and online filings, the strategy for 2022 to 2026. Just the background a bit continued. There's a big disconnect between digital court operations and analog library services, which undermines potential benefits of judicial digitization. So even the recent advances in artificial intelligence and digital humanities offer transformative opportunities for judicial library digitization. However, this digitization is not merely a technical exercise. It requires careful consideration of organizational culture, policy frameworks, infrastructure readiness, human capacity, and ethical governance. The technical acceptance model term and the diffusion of innovation theory provide valuable lenses for understanding how judicial officers and library staff will adapt and integrate library services. Digitization refers specifically to the technical process of converting analog materials into digital, while digitalization involves the broader integration of digital technologies into organizational processes, workflows, and improve efficiency and service delivery. The impact of digitization on the justice delivery. Digitization of legal information resources positively impacts justice delivery across multiple dimensions. It dramatically improves access to legal information, particularly in remote and under-resourced locations where geographic location ceases to be a barrier. Digitization accelerates legal research processes, enabling users to locate relevant precedents, statutes, and commentaries more quickly. It promotes consistency and quality in judicial decision-making. It enables new forms of legal analysis. The digital humanities approaches allow researchers to analyze large data. However, the potential negative impacts of digitization is, if poorly implemented, we have the digital divides, which can be exacerbated to digital resources requirements. Effective framework for digitization. We have technical frameworks on the infrastructure systems, architecture required for digitization. Then the process frameworks describe the workflows where activities like planning and needs assessment, selection, prioritization of materials, preparation and handling, capture and quality control, and metadata creation, amongst others. The challenges to digitization of judicial libraries. One, we have technical and infrastructure challenges, inadequate ICT infrastructure, including unreliable electricity and internet connectivity. We have the data quality and competency challenges, organizational and cultural challenges, the human capacity. Ni dakika 10 niko nazo usishangae. So we have the human capacity challenges, access and equity challenges, and then we have the sustainability, where we are looking at digital preservation, which requires ongoing investment and active management. Policy and legal factors. We know if we do not have good policies in place, no matter how much money we have, it will be difficult. Let us look at the theoretical framework. The technology acceptance model developed by Fred Davis in 1989 is one of the most widely applied theories in understanding user acceptance and adoption of information technologies. It possesses primary factors which determine the perceived usefulness, which is the degree to which a person believes, and the perceived ease of use, which is the degree to which a person believes that using a particular system would be free of effort. The diffusion of innovation explains how and at what rate new ideas and technologies spread through social systems. It looks at the relative advantage, the compatibility, complexity, the triability, and the observability. The knowledge management theory, it distinguishes between tacit and explicit knowledge. It shows how knowledge can be captured and utilized in an organization through socialization, externalization, combination, and internalization. In short, the Seki model. That's the So we have the natural language processing for legal text. The techniques enable sophisticated processing of legal documents, including automated metadata generation. We have the semantic search and legal information retrieval. We have the predictive analytics, machine learning models to analyze patterns in judicial decision making, to predict case outcomes based on case characteristics. We have the AI governance and ethics. The framework incorporates responsible AI principles, including transparency, clear documentation of how AI systems work, bias mitigation, and privacy protection. The digital humanities methods enable large-scale analysis of legal corpora, distant reading, and the computational analysis. Topical modeling, visualization, and knowledge discovery. The digital humanities visualization techniques make complex legal information more accessible. So the integration of AI and digital humanities, the framework's distinct contribution lies in its integration of AI and digital humanities, perspectives, positioning judicial libraries not merely as digital repositories, but as active knowledge discovery platforms. Then the user-centered design and adoption. The framework is actually more towards the user-centered approach, where it's not about the benefits to the information professionals, but the users who use the system. So the conclusion and recommendation, we recommend comprehensive scope, AI and DH integration, leveraging natural language planning, processing and automation of metadata, and then the user-centered design. We have the contextual adaptation, tailoring the framework to Kenyan realities, including infrastructure constraints, capacity limitations, and alignment with the existing judicial system and national policies. Then responsible innovation, incorporating ethical AI governance, bias mitigation, transparency, and human oversight. Then the sustainability, we are looking at designing for long-term viability through integration with core judicial operations, sustainable funding models, and digital processing, preservation processes. So for the recommendations, prioritize library digitization, establish governance structures, invest in capacity building, pilot and scale, and then collaborate with partners. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can we clap for Kizito? He saved us 1 minute. Can have a chair. Now we have this third presenter, Emily.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to present a research done by Mercy Ailo, myself, Joseph Menge, and Vivian Nadoha. The topic is on ethical governance of artificial intelligence in knowledge production in Kenya. So we look into the background or introduction. Artificial intelligence, AI, is increasingly transforming academic research and knowledge production. Universities use AI for literature review, data analysis, scholarly writing, and publishing. AI improves efficiency, accessibility, and productivity in research. However, concerns exist regarding plagiarism, authorship, transparency, accountability, bias, misinformation, and data privacy. Ethical governance is necessary to ensure responsible and trustworthy AI use in academic environments. We go to the statement of the problem. AI technologies are rapidly being adopted in Kenyan universities and research institutions. Many institutions lack comprehensive governance frameworks and ethical guidelines for AI-assisted research. The absence of clear policies creates uncertainty regarding academic integrity, authorship attribution, accountability, transparency, and trustworthiness of AI-generated content. Limited research has examined ethical governance structures for AI in knowledge production within Kenya. The study objectives start with objective 1, to identify frameworks used to guide the ethical governance of artificial intelligence in knowledge production within academic institutions in Kenya. To determine how the use of artificial intelligence affects ethical standards of scholarly work in knowledge production within Kenyan academic institutions. Significance of the study. It provides evidence of development of institutional AI governance policies. It supports strengthening of academic integrity frameworks. It assists policymakers in formulating national AI governance guidelines. It promotes responsible AI use among researchers and students. It contributes to scholarly literature on ethical AI governance in developing countries. And it enhances transparency, accountability, and fairness in academic research. The theoretical view look into two theories, the responsible innovation theory and the information ethics theory. To start with the responsible innovation theory, it emphasizes anticipation, inclusion, reflexivity, and responsiveness. It promotes ethical and socially responsible technological innovation. The theory also supports accountability, transparency, fairness, and trust in AI governance. When you go into the information ethics theory, it focuses on ethical use, access management, and dissemination of information. It also addresses issues such as plagiarism, privacy, misinformation, authorship disputes, and algorithmic bias. It also guides responsible AI-assisted knowledge production. We go to the methodology. The research design is qualitative desk review approach. The data sources being peer-reviewed journal articles, institutional policies, conference proceedings, UNESCO and OECD reports, publications between 2020 to 2026. On data analysis, it has gone to thematic analysis. The key themes being academic integrity, responsible AI use, ethical challenges in knowledge production. Frameworks guiding the ethical governance of AI. The key findings were AI governance frameworks remain fragmented and inconsistent. Universities emphasize on academic integrity, transparency, institutional oversight, stakeholder responsibilities. Most institutions lack comprehensive implementation mechanisms. Governance policies are often poorly enforced. Need for standardized AI governance frameworks and clearly defined stakeholder roles. So the effects of AI on ethical standards of scholarly work. We have positive effects, ethical challenges, and required interventions. I think those are mentioned in the next slides. We go to the discussion. AI offers significant opportunities for enhancing research productivity and knowledge creation. Weak governance structures threaten academic integrity and scholarly credibility. Existing governance frameworks are fragmented and inconsistently applied. Responsible AI adoption requires transparency, accountability, fairness, and institutional oversight. Kenya requires context-specific governance mechanisms aligned with international best practices. In conclusion, AI is transforming research teaching and scholarly publishing in Kenya, and then it moves to most institutions lack comprehensive governance structures for ethical AI use. Major ethical concerns include plagiarism, authorship disputes, misinformation, bias, and accountability gaps. Existing governance efforts remain fragmented and insufficient. Strong governance mechanisms are necessary to protect credibility, trustworthiness, and integrity in academic scholarship. Capacity building and policy harmonization are essential for responsible AI adoption. So we move to the recommendations. Develop comprehensive institutional AI governance policies, establish clear guidelines on authorship, plagiarism, transparency, and accountability, integrate AI ethics and digital literacy training into university curricula, strengthen academic integrity frameworks and AI content detection mechanisms, establish institutional AI ethics committees, develop harmonized national AI governance, guidelines for higher education, promote continuous capacity building and collaboration with international AI governance bodies. Those are the references, some of them. And thank you.
Thank you very much. I've said Emily, but that was a different team. So Emily is coming next, but I want to request that you just have a chair there so that we'll do the questions together. So allow me to introduce the last presenter for this session. Then we can have them respond to questions, if any. As she comes up, that is Emily Lugasi, Justification for Human Artificial Intelligence Collaboration in the Kenyan Judicial System. Together with Kizito, you can see they are determined to transform our judicial system. Thank you. Are we good to go? Yeah, there we are. So 10 minutes. The last presenter saved us 3 minutes. I like that pace. So if you can maintain that, we'll have some good time to discuss. Karibu, Emily.
Good evening, colleagues. My name is Emily Lugasi. The title of my presentation is on the screen, Justification for Human Artificial Intelligence Collaboration in the Kenyan Judicial System. Welcome. I wish to have that as my introduction. That is where we have been for a long time. I joined judiciary when the courts were looking like this. And I think in 1998, the Goldenberg case, the court used to appear like this, so much files and yes, that is how our courts have been. We are slowly moving out from there. Just a minute, sorry. That should be my first slide. Just a minute. I had a slide, traditional.
Yeah, you can just explain and give the impression.
Okay,
we'll still follow.
Okay. I think I've missed the slide that appears before this one, where it depicts so many files. There is so much paper to an extent that you cannot even be able to see the judge, where the judge sits. There is a heap of files, and then where the two are standing, one is supposed to be a prosecutor, the other one is an advocate. There are also files. So there is too much literature, too much physical records, and then the files have also covered the judge, so that you can only see the the face. So that is where we were, and this is where we want to arrive. This is where we want to reach, where we have technology-empowered court system, or what I call the digital system. The traditional system comprised of delays. I can give very few characteristics that characterized the traditional system. Delayed justice, so many processes, court processes, too long, delays in delivering judgments, because the judge has so much paper, has to go through a lot, reading, trying to familiarize or make something out of a case. So that is where we have been, and this is now where we want to be. And the objective of this paper or this work was to try to understand, just try to understand the problems or the challenges that were really much in the judiciary. The judiciary experienced delays, inefficiencies, too much noise outside there, that my case has not been decided. Why hasn't it not been decided? It's because the judge has to go through a lot. The prosecutor, the advocate, there is so much that these people have to interact with because of relying on traditional methods, relying on old methods, relying on paper, relying on mechanical. The objective I have provided is that we wanted to understand why, what has been bedeviling the courts. And if that has been bedeviling the courts, what has technology got to do? Can technology remove the justice system from where it has been?
5 minutes.
So I relied on TAP. I will not delve so much there because I think a colleague of mine shared that. The methodology I used, this was not as a result of an empirical study, so I just relied on secondary sources where I analyzed, went through reports, went through literature, just to find out what other countries have done, what other countries have reported as to their experience with AI. And one of the findings that came out through this analysis was that through AI adoption, some courts, and in particular Morocco, I was able to establish that they are able to use AI to translate or to convert speech to text documentation. That is not happening in Kenya, because in Kenya, the judges have to listen to the case parties. They have to listen very well. They have to transcribe, they have to write, and then after that, they have to withdraw, sit down, go through what they have written in terms of proceedings, and then analyze that and be able to come up with a judgment. But in Morocco, because of the availability of stenographers, those ones just capture the proceedings live, and then they are able to convert that to text. So it is very easy for a judge to just be able to make a judgment or write a judgment. Another finding that came out from that analysis was predictive analytics and case analysis, where in the UK, because they are so much advanced, they use a legal tool. The courts use a legal tool called Protege. So that Protege is a closed AI tool. It is not open source. So it is able to summarize a case. It is able to summarize an act. It is able even to manage a case. It does case management. Protege, which is applied by LexisNexis. And then another one that came out is legal research and case management. In our jurisdiction, we have legal researchers. Legal researchers are assigned to the judges. And why the legal researchers came in was to try and cut down the time which the courts were making to deliver the judgment. So a legal researcher is able to go through the file and write a legal opinion, and then the judge will look at it and make a final prediction, a final verdict, because he sits there as a judge. But now with the AI, legal research is not a tussle. It is not something that is hard to do. Even a judge is able to just do legal research with the use of AI. And Protege, AI tool that is adopted, that is used by LexisNexis, is able to do that, so that if you ask for a case, it is able to locate that case. It is able to go to the source of that case where it is. If it is All England Law Report, the AI tool will just hyperlink a judge to that source. And then another finding that came out is that the public, because we are handling a public which is enlightened, a public which is techno-savvy, a public which wants to know what is happening, a public that is not ignorant. So with AI, it is able to interact with a case, with the justice system that is in place. It is able to navigate the system and be able to know which case or how the case is all about. And then inter-agency system interoperability. That one I established in Mexico. In Mexico, the state council or the state advocate is able to determine whether a family qualifies for state support. I thought that, and I was like, wow, these people. Yani, the AI is able to assist the court prosecutor or the state prosecutor to be able to determine that this family or this person requires state grant or state support.
1 minute.
Hurdles are there. The very first hurdle is infrastructural deficit. It is there in our jurisdiction, particularly East Africa countries. Although Tanzania have adopted AI, that is what I also established. We lack skills. We don't have adequate infrastructure to be able to adopt AI as it should be. And then the conclusion that I was able to make out of adopting AI in our Kenyan context is that AI serves to fulfill Article 159 of the Constitution. Because with the adoption of AI, cases will move very fast, there is going to be efficiency, and then Article 9 provides that justice will not be delayed. So when delivery of judgments is done within a very short time, then that serves that purpose. And then it supports, AI supports judiciary transformation agenda that has been at the forefront, that that technology supports justice. So AI is able to support that. And then it is also a tool that can democratize justice. Why? Because when you lower the cost of justice, then you are able to reach people, and people are able to be satisfied with the system. People are able now to say that judiciary is working. Now I have received justice. Now there is democracy because it will speed up speed resolutions. And then it enhances human justice anchored under Article 159, that justice should not be delayed. I just wish to move to the final slide, even as I make my last remark, that AI is good, is as good as the digitized Kenyan legal data. We are digitizing our legal data, our legal material, our legal resources, and I think AI will serve us good if we digitize well our legal information that we have. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Emily, you can have a seat. You notice I was friendly to the court. Eh? I was a friend to the court. I gave them more time. So I want to give an opportunity for us to ask questions, general comment, if any. Anybody who's ready, in any order, irrespective of how they presented. I'll ask somebody to assist me with moving the mic. So just take note of the question if it is coming your way, and then we pick 3 or 4, then we have time to respond.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope everyone is doing okay. My name is Sheila from Kitengela International Schools. I have a question for the judiciary team. Just a question first, and then I'm going to ask the real question. The first question is, are you still on the files, the many records that I have been able to see on the desks? Because sometimes back there was a program for automating or digitizing the judiciary. I think it was Ajura Digital, which went around for like a couple of years. So I was asking if the courts or the judicial documents were really like automated or digitized. Okay, that one was just the first question. So the main question is, now given that the AI systems, they get to give you information from what you feed, right? They get to give you information from the data that you feed to it. So my question is, how can the judicial institution guard against the risk of reinforcing historical biases through AI-driven tools? Thank you.
Any other person? So you'll choose who takes the main question and the other one, the smaller question. Huh? Just shoot the question, direct.
Yeah, thank you, Precision, for the good presentation from the judiciary. Yeah, my question is just simple. I just wanted more clarification on the findings that you've got from Mexico, especially on the government or the AI being able to assist in terms of determining who qualifies for support by the government. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is to the judiciary team. That was a good presentation from both of you. I got the feeling that the AI is more on speedy delivery of services, the timeliness. But I also expected you to tell us, because the judiciary handles a lot of sensitive personal data. And AI applications require large data sets. So I was hoping you tell us something about the ethical implications, issues of unauthorized access, and maybe data breaches or misuse of confidential information, something like that, vis-a-vis the speed. Thank you.
Any other question?
Hopefully this time round is not to the judiciary.
Thank you. I will be asking a question which is related to librarianship. I don't know who will pick it. If you observe, all of us in this room, we are actually heading towards home, right? Now we have a new breed of librarians coming in, and I wanted to know what skills and competencies should the next generation of librarians develop to remain relevant in an increasingly digital and AI-driven information landscape. Taking a case, I think Professor is here. Most of universities, maybe you need to develop now courses which are aligned towards AI skills so that we don't live with the knowledge we have. Because when I see students coming for attachment to our place of work, you could see they are still learning what we learned before. So I think we are now moving towards AI, and it is actually catching up with us so fast. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I want to get the answers now. Hopefully I have not closed anybody out. Okay. So before they respond, we had two presenters. That is Maureen and the team for Emma, who are talking about AI in research on the university space. And I'm just curious, not necessarily to them, maybe through your reading, is there any university in Kenya today that has developed an AI policy and approved up to council level? Any? Which university is that? Mount Kenya University. Anybody else? Yes, are you? Yeah, you are up there. Yeah.
Yeah, we have one at Kabarak University.
Is it, are you allowed to share? Or I see behind the tent. Anyway, we'll talk behind the tent. Can we have the responses from in front here? Thank you. The judiciary team, you've agreed who is handling the big question and the small question.
Are there still physical files in the judiciary? Yes. Change culture or culture change. You don't wake up and you tell me that you want us to do this. I believe during the introduction, I said clearly that I first held a computer mouse while I was working. Na mimi si mtoto mdogo. So, I mean, we have these challenges, and we had, if you remember, the Chief Justice had said from 1st of July last year, we would go paperless. And the budget for paper was cut drastically. But, sorry, let me start by saying that in the judiciary, we are a conservative group. There are places where you will be seen, and there are places where you will be heard. So if somebody has filed documents online, virtually, but the judge says, I would like you to print this out for me to work on it. Utamwambia Chief Justice alisema we are going virtual. That's a question that you'll answer at another time. So we have those limitations and challenges. We have a few that are still physical, especially for criminal matters. Then for automating and digitization, when this process started, we all know that after COVID-19, that's when we started having the virtual hearings. By the way, the Court of Appeal is paperless. Kabisa. Wao, cases zao zote ni virtual. But then, when this process was there were financial constraints. So it was time framed. They were digitizing files between, I think, 2019, is it 2017? 2017 to date. So we still have active matters that are in court, which were there before that duration. Those matters are still alive, and their files are still around. So we still have a few matters, not a few, we still have matters where the physical files are still being used. As for the issue of AI and the historical injustices, first and foremost, there's a time we had an election, and we were told that the data could not be availed because the servers of a given organization are hosted in German. Now, AI and machine learning picks information from databases that are available. We do not have servers of our own. Most of the organizations in our country actually use servers that are hosted and owned by multinational. That is why. So you'll find that most of the matters that you feed in as you try to do your research, you will rarely get cases that are context related to our jurisdiction. These are challenges that we are still going about. There's a committee that is led by Justice Lenaola, a judge of the Supreme Court of Kenya. I think Justice Kadhurima and a few other people. They are working on this so as we can to know how far we can go and adopt. About 3 months ago, there's a case that was thrown out from by South African court because it was found that the judge actually relied on AI to generate the judgment, and even to quantify the damages for the person, for the aggrieved person. That's all that I can say. I'll hand over to my colleague.
I think when it comes to matters of justice, justice is very sensitive. And I think maybe that is why we are being questioned, which is good. Now, I just want to answer. There's a lady who asked, remind me your name. Okay, Sheila. Now, last year in our news, there is a judge who came out and said that the judiciary is not yet and will not allow advocates to use Chat GPT. Nani anakumbuka? It was in our news. as a result of that incident, that committee, it is called Integrated Case Management System Committee, and it is headed by Honorable Justice Lenaola. So what the direction that that committee has given in as far as adoption of AI in judiciary is concerned is that they are working on a framework. They are working on a framework, on a law, and once they are satisfied, once they are through, then our judiciary is going to adopt AI live. Why is that necessary? Someone will ask. And I also did not know, because to me, when I first started interacting with AI, it was ChatGPT. But when I got interest, I came to realize that not everything that ChatGPT generates is reliable. So the reason as to why we need a framework is that inside that framework, that framework is going to define responsibilities. It is going to define roles that are supposed to be played by different judiciary stakeholders. And in countries where they have a functioning law or a functioning framework, that is where you are able to see, like in Mexico, I have just shared, that a court in Mexico is able to use AI to analyze whether a family requires or merits social assistance. Why? Because their data has been captured. Their data has been stored. And they have an AI framework, they have an AI tool which has really been protected, it has securities, and it is not open source. I think that is why this is able to happen. I don't know whether I have answered to the satisfaction of the colleagues who asked those questions.
What I know, if they are not satisfied, there's always behind the tent. I want to pick another round of questions. And maybe in the process of responding to the second round of questions, some things will become more clearer. So who are those? I've seen 2 hands. Any other?
Okay. My question goes to the judicial group. Over-reliance on AI risks bias. We agree. And it even threatens, it's even making me feel like standing up. It even threatens fair trial. I come from correctional services. And since you started saying you're going paperless, we have had enough people in our prisons, very innocent, because of the judgments that have taken place. It's not good to say this thing very much in the open. So exactly what are you people, because the paperless issue has really affected so many people. We are even unable to decongest our prisons. Delay judgment, denied, and you say you're going paperless. What precautions are you people taking? Are you really going the right way? What precautions are you people taking? I'm just asking because I've heard that paperless thing and let me say in Kiswahili, imeniingia sana.
I can see it actually.
Imeniingia sana. Sincerely speaking.
No, but it's okay. What I know, you can see it. And I think now it answers why all questions have come on judiciary when I have 4 presenters here. But let's listen to Nerissa.
Thank you. My question again goes to the team from judiciary. Okay. We're happy that the country's part of the judiciary is going paperless. I have a question relating to policies. Have you established policies on SIs, that's electronically stored information? And then if yes, what are these levels you've put in terms of security, in terms of privacy, in terms of authoritativeness of the signatures within these eyes? Because then I would want to really know. And then who established these ESIs? Because policies for information, policies for archives, policies for records management would naturally fall under us, information professionals. So did you even consult, or were they established in relation to other existing policies, and also in line with the acts of parliament, like the Act of 1965, which established the National Archives, which you might tell me again it is outdated? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any other question before I go back to judiciary now? Before they respond, let me say this. One, let's remember this was their academic work. And one of the issues I really want to challenge you is that you can see the interest in what you are doing. It means you really need to have foolproof reading end to end. By the time you are now presenting, these fears can be sorted. So take these as comments to tell you that what you are dealing with is very close to people's hearts. I'm in the university setup, and AI in knowledge research production, I thought it would be the debate actually. And I was very keen. I have around 4 questions here. I'm tempted to ask behind the tent. Because to us in the university setup, everybody's, can we use ChatGPT in research? Can we use it to analyze data? Can we, and I'm, sorry? Even to generate the same data and to humanize the generated data. So that is the debate we are having. But standing here, I've been reminded that there are more things that matter than what we are doing. People want justice. So, as you respond, don't feel, we are aware you are not the one to speak on this matter. Don't feel pushed in the corner. What you know, you say, you know. What you don't know, you say, this one I'll consider, so that you don't feel cornered. But to where you've reached, I think you've made people they'll be more keen when the AI strategy for the judiciary will come up. You can be sure these people will want to read it. When you'll be talking about any case, I'm asking myself, 2027, if the case is decided, presidential case is decided in a week, and this year it was very fast because we used AI. You're seeing? So that is the challenge we have, but you can comment briefly on the 2 questions. Who goes first? Or you can also assist them. You're also judiciary customers.
Thank you. Yeah, as a friend of the court, let me answer her from the correctional services. I think it is best for the judiciary to adopt AI and they should embrace the frameworks of co-producing. Co-produce your data sets with local experts, with local people, involve public participation, and also involve high-ranking officials. Just involve everyone as you come up with frameworks, as you come up with data sets. Then try to look for IT experts who are also knowledgeable in the judicial system, so that you come up with your own data set. When you are making judgments and all that, let it be justifiable in a way that no one feels like we were secluded, we were left out. Don't rely on the data sets that we are trying to demystify this, we are trying to decolonize the epistemic injustice. So what you can do, just come up with data sets that is all inclusive.
As a friend of judiciary also, I have something small I need to read just to shed some light on the AI use in the judiciary. It's an output of a training that was done at the judiciary. So I found it necessary to read because I think it's important. It says AI as assistive, not adjudicative technology. The core principle is AI is a tool that may support judicial work. It cannot exercise judicial power, which is constitutionally vested in the judges. And it has places where the AI may assist and places where it cannot be used. So I can read quickly. It summarizes lengthy pleadings and case files, initial identification of relevant precedents, drafting procedural notes, administrative scheduling and docket management, legal research as a starting, not ending point, translation of documents for reference purposes, formatting, grammar checking, document layout, generating first document checklists or summaries. It also has where it must not substitute. Judicial reasoning and formation of legal conclusions, weighing evidence and determining facts in issue, assessing credibility of witnesses or parties, arriving at verdicts, convictions, or acquittals, determining sentences or custodial conditions, constitutional interpretation and rights adjudication, bail, remand, and detention decisions, any function requiring judicial discretion and accountability. So it has laid out where it can and it cannot be used.
Okay, just to add on what I said, kindly also try to, on the large language models, include all languages in Kenya, all, so that at least everyone is included. Yeah.
Thank you. I just want to say that from where I sit, I'm not a judge, I'm not an advocate. So there are things that I can definitely not comment on and give you the correct information. That one, I'd be lying. Now, one, when matters delay in court, whether the person is out on bail or they are remanded, there are different factors that determine this. It might be your own advocate because you, the advocate was not in court, or maybe they asked for an adjournment. That happens. Now, initially, when we had what we call the service weeks in the judiciary, judges would move from different places, come to one court station for a week, and they were supposed to help to fast-track cases. But with the inception of the virtual court hearings, now files are allocated virtually. We are going to have a service week in this station, and 10 files will be allocated to Judge Kwanya in the corner. Now, this judge will handle these matters from wherever he or she is sitting. 10 other files or 20 files, normally what we do, you come up with a list of the cases that are pending, those that have overstayed or something like that. So these are the files that we find, and you identify either, judges from different locations, so long as they are judges who have jurisdiction to listen to the matter. Are they High Court judges? Is it an ELC service week? Is it an ELRC? So that's what happens. When this happens, so like at other times, for criminal matters, I want to tell you without fear of contradiction, senior here at a confirm, you will find that you are remanded and the investigation officer does not come. We've I'm sure you've actually heard this over the news or you've read about it. So this is a collaborative effort where every party should play their part or their role for the wheels of justice to turn correctly and at the right speed. Thank you.
I wouldn't let Nani go, my colleague who works at the correctional services, because she had to rise up and really put her case. Now, when we say that we have gone E, it is not that we are totally paperless. No, 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 no. Like the Court of Appeal, they are still relying on records, because when you determine a case at the Court of Appeal, you have to get the court record from the magistrate court, right from the time a case emanated at the lower court level, up to High Court, and then up to Court of Appeal. So they are still having records, the physical records, but their hearings are the ones which are virtual. And I want to assure you that judiciary is very, very cautious. Very, very cautious. It is not going to adopt AI overnight. No, 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 no. That is not going to happen. There are many things that have to be put in place for us to reach where we are. We cannot compare ourselves with the UK, with Mexico, with Morocco, because they are at an advanced level. And then we cannot rely on AI tool that has been developed for in the United States or in UK. We rely on it. No, we cannot, because we have to develop our own. Once we adopt the one that is being used in the developed countries, we will do prejudice. We will be biased, because our contexts are not the same. They are very different. But take it from me that judiciary is treading very, very carefully, and that is why that committee headed by Justice Naola had to come and say, no, we are not going to allow Chat GPT to be used by advocates who appear before us. And our topic is just AI human collaboration. So we are not removing the human part from AI. Are we together? We are not. It is AI human collaboration. And then the judgment cannot be written by the AI. It cannot. It cannot be generated by AI. It has to be generated by a human person. What AI does, it will maybe just summarize, maybe if it is case law, kama ni an authority, or it is a case, it will summarize that and make it simpler for the judge to go through it faster and be able to take key points. But the AI is not going, the judge is not going to ask the AI to generate a judgment. That is not ethical. That is not judicial conduct befitting a judge. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. There's a question about policy from Nerissa. How do we go about it?
Can she repeat it? Can she repeat her question?
Yeah.
Thank you. I asked about ESI policies, electronically stored information policies, because you've already said you're paperless. Then I'm asking, so if you're paperless, then do you have those policies in place which will be looking at things like security, privacy, and authentication in terms of who signs, who accesses what? Because then it's policy which would inform all this. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much for another opportunity. I see that we have really dwelt on the judicial side. We are forgetting on the governance. I have a question for the lady who was presenting on governance. My question is, as AI systems become more influential in decision making, so who should ultimately be responsible? For example, an outcome, as maybe a decision was made as a group of people, and then now we have this outcome, which maybe is not a pleasant outcome. So who is the one who's now going to be accountable for that? Are we going to look at the developers who are developing the tools, or the institution that is deploying the system, or the hosts of the system, or the end users who are the ones who are going to be accountable? Thank you.
Any other? Maybe I can also ask a question that will go hand in hand with what she said about policies. I would like to bring to our attention the Newspapers and Books Act, Cap 111, that requires that every organization, every publication that they do, a copy must come to the National Library. So do we still provide the National Library with the copies of the publications that we do in our organizations? And how can the National Library connect to these organizations, including the judiciary, to enable users like me to follow up on court cases based on publications that were done out of the outcomes? And how can the lawyers also benefit by reading through the National Library instead of relying on AI? And this can actually be facilitated by connecting the judiciary and the library through AI-powered tools. Thank you.
Okay, there is this research I read somewhere about this guy who went to each and every library to ask on information about how to make a bomb that could explode like an entire estate. And there is not a single library that didn't give this information. And this is human. So when we come to AI, a lot of information is given. You as the end user has to decipher what is good for you. We've seen many platforms and games that are showing children how to kill themselves. You cannot blame the platform because it has given you an access to all the information. So it's upon probably the country or to give governance and guidance on what is palatable for each and every sect. I believe the end user, the buck stops with the end user. You cannot go to the AI with symptoms and say, oh, it's telling me I have COVID. Oh, tomorrow it's telling me I have HIV. It's upon you to take yourself with this information to probably a medical facility. So how you use this AI is what matters. It will give you information, but at the end of the day, it will say, it's just for information purposes. It's you now to break it down on your needs. I hope that answers you.
About the Books and Newspapers Act, I believe that for all local publishers and even foreign publishers who do anything about Kenya, we are the ones as Kenya National Library who issue the ISBN. So it should be very easy for Kenya National Library to deal with these individual authors or their publishers to get the same. We had the Judges Book Fair sometime here, and I was very surprised because there are very many judges who have published books that I had not even read or even didn't even know about the title. So we suggested, I actually brought up the suggestion to my boss, my director, to approach the judges through either the Chief Justice or the Chief Registrar of the Judiciary to ask them to each give us an autographed copy for the Supreme Court Library. Then this will act as a motivation for us to buy the books for the other libraries. About the judgments, at times we make very many laws, but they are at times in conflict. The National Council for Law Reporting of Kenya Act 1994, by that act, the National Council for Law Reporting is mandated to collect, preserve, and avail all decisions made in our courts. That is from the High Court and courts of equal status to the Court of Appeal and the Supreme Court. So at times you find that these are policy decisions that maybe they fail because we do not take part in public participation, or because when these people are making these decisions, they are in a hurry to go somewhere else. That's what I think as a person about the issue of the books. Thank you.
the policy?
I don't want to talk because I'm not in a position to give a correct answer on that.
Okay.
Yes.
So I really want to bring the discussion to an end. You can tell me, or you can agree with me that there's a lot to discuss behind the tent, and that's why we have the 4 o'clock tea. So those with the questions not answered, you will get answers. Maybe you just need a bit of nicotine and the answers will come. So Prof. Karibu.
Thank you. And let's appreciate Joel. Thank you, Dr. Thank you very much. And also to the panelists, thank you very much for a job well done. And I've actually seen a comment from one of the people who are following online, and about the judiciary manenos. And it's interesting to see that it is brewing this kind of interest. So as Dr. Joel said, it's a mine for research, isn't it? It is. Thank you very much. Let's receive them appreciate them as they take their seats. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of our program today. And I'd like to appreciate you, your concentration, your contributions, both people who were in the audience and those who are presenting, the technical teams. It has been a fantastic, fantastic day, first day of the conference on connecting codes. With that, I'd like to just make 2 announcements and maybe a third one. And the first is that tomorrow we will meet upstairs. Someone would like to, I'm looking at Mustafa, please. He'll give us the directions of where we are going to meet tomorrow and how to access it. And tomorrow we have official opening by government officers, so please let's come early, scheduled to begin at 9. So let's be seated by 8:30. Where are we meeting tomorrow?
Tomorrow we'll meet at Hekima and Hadithi. For those who don't know, it is on that other side of the library. And there's a space at mezzanine and the first floor. So once we access the library, either through this door or the other one, you'll be directed to Hekima and Hadithi. Yes. Which one will lead me to? Is it Hekima? Okay. The bigger one is Hekima. So all of us will go there to Hekima. Then later we can have the breakout sessions to Hadith. Miriam, is it okay? Yes, at Hekima. Yes. Hekima is down in first floor, yes. Yeah? Yes. About fitting? Miriam, it's going to be okay. Don't worry. So I think that is but lunch will still be here. But tea, we'll still have it. We'll have it up there. Yes, tea will have it up there, but lunch will be here.
Thank you. That was the first announcement. The second is also logistical in nature, and that those of us who register their vehicles, when you drive in, do not pick the ticket. The people at the gate have a list of the vehicles you registered. If you pick a ticket, you'll be charged, and it's charged per hour. So please just take note of that. And then finally, tea is served in the same place, in the same manner. And that will network those questions that were not able to be answered here on the platform will now be answered there. And I'd also like to talk to our online viewers, those who are participating online. We thank you for your comments. We managed to see some of them. Please keep them coming. And for you, unfortunately, this marks the end of the program for today. but you can join us tomorrow from 8:30 tomorrow. Links will be provided for those who are presenting. Ultimately, we end up with a link for the plenary and another link for 2 links for the different tracks that we'll have tomorrow. And we'll also have another set of 2 links on Zoom for those who will be presenting. Otherwise, thank you very much. I'd like us to conclude with a word of prayer. And the Spirit is on Benjamin. Madam Philomena, you want to say something? Oh, I saw your hand. Okay. Yeah, please come and greet us. Then our brother Benjamin will close with a word of prayer, praying for the evening and also for the tea.
Good evening. It was a long day, but a productive day. My name is Philomena, and we are really happy to have you around. Yeah, you'll talk more tomorrow. Have a blessed evening.
Hallelujah. Bwana asifiwe. We want to connect to the AI of heaven, even as we finish up, right? Thank you for participating actively. We thank God for that. Remember, we are here purposely to make sure that the will of God has been done in our lives, right? Let's pray. Our dear Heavenly Father, we want to thank you. We want to bless your name. We want to lift your name up high because you're the most high God. And in all things, Lord, you have told us to give thanks. Thank you, Father, because your word still reminds us that all things work together for good to them that love the Lord. And we know, Father, that we really love you. And so, Lord, even as this session began this day, for the next 2 days, Lord, which are making it to be 3, we commit it to you, Jehovah Father, that you may continue being with us. Give us the grace, give us the understanding, give us the skills that you would want us to have that will enhance us, Lord, at our places of work and even as individuals, because, Lord, in a way, Father, you are helping us to understand, like the way your word reminds us to study and see ourselves approved, worthy of the call. We know, Father, that all of us have a call, that one time we will stand before you and say, Lord, we did it, and we did it by your grace. And so, Lord, we commit this evening to you. As we commit each and every one of us to you, Jehovah, we pray that, Lord, may you watch over us. For the tea that is ahead of us, Lord, we ask you to bless it, sanctified by the blood of Jesus, and even as we partake of it, may it nourish us, O God. And even as we prepare to leave, Lord, we pray for your grace once again to take us home for preparation of tomorrow. We give you all the glories, honors, and adoration. In Jesus' name we pray. May the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Amen. God bless you.
Thank you. So we can leave at our own pleasure as we continue networking. Thank you very much.